Testing, testing, testing. Call the Committee on Transportation Infrastructure to order. Pursuant to Committee Rule 6F, House Rule 11, Clause 2 HF, the chairman may postpone further proceedings today on any question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment in which a recorded vote of the yeas and nays are ordered. I'd ask unanimous consent that the chairman be authorized to declare a recess at any time during today's meeting. Without objection, that is so ordered. All bill and amendment texts have been distributed electronically, and paper copies are also available here in the hearing room. Finally, as a reminder, the committee will use an electronic system for requested recorded votes, and my intention is to hold the first vote open for 3 minutes and then subsequent votes at our discretion. Today, the committee is considering amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8689, the Amtrak Executive Bonus Disclosure Bill, H.R. 3149 to designate the United States Route 20 in the states of Oregon, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, Nebraska, Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, and Massachusetts as the National Medal of Honor Highway and for other purposes. Amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 3988, the assuring that robust, thorough, and informed congressional leadership is exercised over National Emergencies Act. H.R. 6435, the Making Aid for Local Disasters Equity Now Act. H.R. 2672, the FEMA Loan Interest Payment Relief Act. H.R. 6997, the Disaster Contract Improvements Act. H.R. 8530, the Improving Federal Building Security Act of 2024. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2892, the Weather Alert Response Notification Act. H.R. 6984 to designate the federal building located at 300 East 3rd Street in North Platte, Nebraska as the Virginia Smith Federal Building. H.R. 9591 to require the Administrator of General Services to sell certain property related to the United States Penitentiary, Leavenworth, and other purposes. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8692, the Amtrak Transparency and Accountability for Passengers and Taxpayers Act. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9135, the Ensuring Airline Resiliency to Reduce Delays and Cancellations Act. H.R. 8995, the Changing Baby on Board Act. Baby Changing on Board Act. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4043 to amend the Save Our Seas 2 Act to expand eligibility for certain wastewater infrastructure grants for other purposes. H.R. 9037, the Federal Emergency Mobilization Accountability Workforce Planning Act. H.R. 9541, the Promoting Opportunities to Widen Electrical Resilience Act of 2024. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3359, the Motor Carrier Safety Screening Modernization Act. Amendment in the nature of a substitute. 3356. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8505, the Household Goods Shipping Consumer Protection Act. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7779, the Good Samaritan Remediation of Abandoned Hard Rock Mines Act. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1720, the Ocean Pollution Reduction Act. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8728, the State Managed Disaster Relief Act. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1605, the Natural Disaster Recovery Act of 2023. H.R. 8616, the Ensuring Quality Investments in Preparations Act. H.R. 9121, the Fire Management Assistance Grants for Tribal Governments Act. Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5623, the Addressing Addiction After Disasters Act. H.R. 6083, the Duplication of Benefits Victims Relief Act. H.R. 9313, the Think Differently About Building Accessibility Act. Amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 9024, the Extreme Weather and Heat Response Modernization Act. General Services Administration Capital Investment Leasing Program Resolutions, and H.R. 8610, the Counter UAS Authority Security, Safety, and Reauthorization Act. And finally, I'd ask unanimous consent that the committee to use an amendments roster for any items under consideration by the committee. Without objection, that is so ordered. We're going to begin the markup by considering the UC package with cooperation of the ranking member and the other members of the committee. We have worked out an agreement on 12 of the bills scheduled for today's markup. Rather than going through a formal markup process for each of those bills, I'm going to make a single unanimous consent motion to report out the bills favorably with any amendments that have already been filed and agreed to. And before we begin, does any member seek time to speak on the bills in the unanimous consent motion? Mr. Larson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to say I support this bipartisan package of bills to be approved by UC. It includes a lot of bipartisan bills and to encourage publicly owned electric utilities to implement hazard mitigation improvements during disaster recovery, a bill to create a more accessible experience for parents and caregivers traveling on passenger rail with young children, and my bill, that ensures airlines develop an updated operational resiliency strategy to prevent or limit the impact of future flight disruptions on passengers. So just a few of the bills, Mr. Chair, including one of yours as well, I noted, and I want to thank you for working with us on this process and thank every member of the committee as well for providing feedback on the bills. This process will help us expedite this markup and focus our work today on the bills that may need a bit more discussion and possible refinement. So I urge support of this UC request by every member of this committee. Thank you. Yield back.
Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the Highways and Transit Chairman, I want to offer my support for H.R. 3149, which is included in this package, which was introduced by my colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly. I also want to thank my colleague from Oregon, Ms. Chavez-Dreamer, for her work on this bill. As stated, H.R. 3149 designates U.S. Route 20 as the National Medal of Honor Highway. U.S. Route 20 spans across 12 states from Oregon to Massachusetts and is the longest highway in our nation at 3,365 miles. While all the states along the route have individually designated their portions of the roadway as Medal of Honor Highway, this formal federal designation further honors all recipients of the Medal of Honor and any future recipients for their exemplary service to the United States. H.R. 3149 is supported by numerous veterans organizations, including the American Legion, the Congressional Medal of Honor Society, the Legion of Valor, the Medal of Honor Historical Society, the Military Order of the Purple Heart, and the Vietnam Veterans of America. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and yield back my time.
Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your having these bills and including two of the bills that I've co-led in today's markup. One is the Article 1 Act, and the other is the Ensuring Airline Resiliency to Reduce Delays and Cancellations Act, which I've co-chaired with the ranking member, Mr. Larson. The Article 1 Act is close to my heart. It's a bipartisan, bicameral bill that I partnered with Congressman Chip Roy and Senators Mike Lee and Richard Blumenthal on. I've been working on this issue for several Congresses since I was the chair of the Subcommittee on Constitutional Rights and Constitutional Liberties in the Constitution and the Judiciary Committee. The first hearing I think we had on that was in 2019. And this Congress, Chairman Perry and Ranking Member Titus had a very meaningful hearing on this same issue. The National Emergency Act was adopted to create a uniform process for the President to invoke special powers to address national emergencies, which he needs that power, or she needs that power, while upholding the separation of powers that exists in our Constitution. Such declarations under the law can remain in place for 1 year and be renewed yearly with no limit. However, the 1983 Supreme Court decision changed the intended balance of power and said Congress could only terminate a national emergency declaration with a joint resolution signed by the President. That would mean it'd have to be a veto-proof supermajority to stop a emergency act. This has created a situation where the President can unilaterally declare a national emergency and summon extraordinary powers forever without meaningful congressional oversight or action. We must rebalance the statute and protect our democratic system of checks and balances. Mr. Roy's bill and my bill, the Article 1 Act, which Article 1 is, of course, the legislative branch, comes at a special time. We have a presidential election that's about even. So it could be a Democrat or it could be a Republican. Either way, their power needs to be balanced with the constitutional power of the Congress in Article 1. This balances it in several ways. The reform protects Congress's authority and the will of the people while reserving appropriate flexibility for the President in the case of emergencies. It is 40 years overdue, and if emergency goes on for years and years, it's not an emergency, it's a new normal. And Congress is the right place to address the issue. So that's the main one I'm interested in. Ensuring Airline Resiliency to Reduce Delays and Cancellations Act. I won't take any time because Mr. Larson didn't take any time, and it's his brainchild. But it's true when we had these problems with a lot of airlines being canceled because of computer problems, we need to have a resiliency so they can take care of the passengers, get them in hotels, get them on airplanes, feed them, and get them home. So I thank the chairman for scheduling these two bills and for all the bills in this manner. Thank you, sir, and I yield back the balance.
Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. want to talk a little bit about the Article 1 Act, and I want to thank and recognize the work of Mr. Chip Roy of Texas, Mr. Gosar of Arizona for their leadership on the issue. I also want to recognize a member of this committee who, on a bipartisan basis, worked with us to improve this bill, including Subcommittee Ranking Member Titus, Mr. Cohen, and Ms. Norton. My subcommittee held a hearing to examine the National Emergencies Act, exposing the significant risk for presidential abuse of power with the current structure of the NEA. We may not always agree on when or how presidents should use their emergency powers, but there is a clear consensus that there needs to be a strong congressional oversight of such powers. The NEA was enacted by Congress in 1976 to create such a framework for Congress to provide oversight and accountability of presidential emergency powers. The law's intent was to give Congress the ability to review and terminate the president's use of over 130 emergency powers scattered throughout the United States Code. Unfortunately, the mechanisms put in place by Congress were watered down after the Supreme Court case United States versus Chadha, which concluded that Congress cannot unilaterally act to overrule the president's declaration without the president's signature. Effectively, this means that without a supermajority, Congress cannot terminate a declaration without agreement of the president themselves, the very person Congress wants to hold accountable. The NEA also directs Congress to review declarations every 6 months. However, there are currently 41 ongoing emergency declarations under the NEA dating back to as early as the Carter administration, which Congress has not actively reviewed, much less in 6 months or every 6 months. In fact, the only time Congress has effectively terminated an emergency was earlier this Congress with the passage of House Joint Resolution 7, which terminated the COVID-19 emergency declaration. And this was only after President Biden agreed to end the declaration. The NEA also requires the president to submit reports to Congress every 6 months. However, after a thorough search, no reports, none, have been located for any recent emergency declarations that are not solely reliant on the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, or IEPA. Now, the NEA can unlock over 130 statutory emergency powers, some of which seem mundane, but others range from commandeering the domestic transportation network to taking over communications channels and distribution of goods. We have no idea what the implication of these laws are. The Article 1 Act flips the script. The Article 1 Act terminates presidentially declared emergency declarations after 30 days unless Congress passes legislation that extends that emergency. The ANS that I've offered on this en bloc removes the changes to IEPA, allowing it to continue operating under the current NEA framework. And while I think it is critical and crucial to reform IEPA, I also recognize there may need to be a separate view of these reforms needed to that law. This legislation also strengthens the reporting requirements by ensuring presidential reports are transmitted to this committee as well as the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs and are made publicly available. I certainly appreciate my colleagues and staff's work on both sides of the aisle to get the underlying bill to a good spot through this ANS, and I urge support of the package, including this piece of legislation.
Would the gentleman yield for a second?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. I just wanted to mention the man that brought this to my attention many years ago was a man named Joel McCleary. He worked in the Carter White House. So he's been around for a while. He knows the issue, and I think when somebody brings you something, you need to reflect it. And he's a good man, and I know he's happy today, too.
So noted.
Thank you.
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Next is Mr. Stauber.
Thank you very, very much, Chairman Graves and Ranking Member Larson, for putting forward this package of bills to be considered under unanimous consent. I want to specifically speak on H.R. 2672, the FEMA Loan Interest Payment Relief Act offered by Congressman Dunn. This summer, Minnesota experienced widespread flooding due to torrential rain, and it was devastating to our infrastructure, our small businesses, and homes across our state. Our local communities acted quickly to restore necessary services, but they took on loans to get money flowing out the door as quickly as possible. The money they spent will eventually be reimbursed by FEMA, but the interest incurred on these loans is not considered eligible for reimbursement dollars. Interest, as we all know, can be crippling, especially for small rural communities like the ones in northern Minnesota. That is why I am co-sponsor of Congressman Dunn's bill, which will require FEMA to reimburse local governments for interest payments on disaster-related loans. Rural communities like the ones I serve are resilient. They are full of individuals who pick themselves up by their own bootstraps and lend a hand to their fellow neighbors in time of crisis, all without asking much in return. Let's make sure the federal government does everything in its power to support communities in their efforts to preserve after natural disasters. I urge support of H.R. 2672 and the UC package as a whole. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Mr. Molinaro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my thanks to you and Ranking Member Larson for bringing forward this package of bipartisan legislation. I want to speak in favor not only of the package of bills, but my bill, the Amtrak Executive Bonus Disclosure Act, H.R. 8689. I introduced this bill because I fundamentally believe that government must be more transparent with its taxpayers and overall how it spends taxpayer money. There are few entities that demand greater transparency and appropriate accountability than Amtrak. Sadly, after the COVID pandemic, what we learned should concern all of us. Bonuses that Amtrak gave its executives were not made publicly available, and even more alarming, in many cases, these bonuses are sometimes as high as $400,000, nearly 100% of some executive salaries. And this all comes at taxpayer expense. My bill will ensure that the base pay and any bonus compensation paid to Amtrak's executive leadership is made available to the public, published on Amtrak's website so the public can see exactly where their tax dollars are going. Again, thank you, Chairman Graves, Chairman Nels, for working together to make this bill acceptable to the committee. I appreciate the bipartisan support, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the UC package? Seeing no one, I'd recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement on the package. I'm glad we're able to reach a consensus and to advance a bipartisan package of bills. This package includes legislation that brings accountability to Amtrak, improves FEMA's management of disaster responses, and honors Medal of Honor recipients. In particular, I'm happy to advance legislation directing the GSA to sell the Bureau of Prisons unused property in my home district. With that, I'd ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on Railroads, Pipelines, and Hazardous Materials be discharged of H.R. 8689, H.R. 8692, H.R. 8995. I would ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on Highways and Transit be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 3149. I'd ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on Economic Development, Public Buildings, and Emergency Management be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 3988, 2672, 6997, 8530, 6984, 9591, 9541. I'd ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on Aviation be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 9135. And without objection, all of that is so ordered. I now ask unanimous consent that the following measure be approved and favorably reported as described to the House of Representatives. So that would be H.R. 8689, the Amtrak Executive Bonus Disclosure Act with an amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Molinaro. H.R. 8692, the Amtrak Transparency and Accountability for Passengers and Taxpayers Act with an amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Nels. H.R. 8995, the Baby Changing on Board Act. H.R. 3149, to designate the United States Route 20 in the states of Oregon, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, Nebraska, Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, and Massachusetts as the National Medal of Honor Highway. H.R. 3988, the Article 1 Act with an amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Perry. H.R. 2672, the FEMA Loan Interest Payment Relief Act. H.R. 6997, the Disaster Contract Improvement Act. H.R. 8530, the Improving Federal Building Security Act. H.R. 6984, to designate the federal building located at 300 East 3rd Street in North Platte, Nebraska as the Virginia Smith Federal Building. H.R. 9591 to require the Administrator of General Services to sell certain property related to United States Penitentiary Leavenworth. H.R. 9541, the Power Act of 2024. H.R. 9135, the Ensuring Airline Resiliency to Reduce Delays and Cancellations Act, with an amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Ranking Member Larson, and Amendment 40 offered by Ranking Member Larson. Without objection, that is all so ordered. The motions to reconsider are laid on the table. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 3356, the Motor Carrier Safety Screening Modernization Act. I ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Highways and Transit from further consideration of H.R. 3356, and without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I now recognize Mr. Graves, Louisiana, to offer his amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3356, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of substitute shall be considered as read and shall be considered as the base text for the purposes of further amendment. I now recognize Mr. Graves, Louisiana, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank Congressman Davids, our co-sponsor on this bipartisan legislation that simply builds upon data that demonstrates that when motor carriers have access to the pre-employment screening program for truck drivers, for school bus drivers and others, that it has been proven that you have an improvement in safety, or said another way, a reduction in traffic accidents and incidents. And so what this legislation does is it builds upon that success, because right now, the pre-employment screening program is only available or eligible to employers when you are hiring employees. It is not available once someone is actually employed. So what this does is it changes it to where an employer can have, with the permission of the driver, let me say that again, with the permission of the driver, the company can have access to updated information. So let me give you a scenario, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Babin is a truck driver, and he was a truck driver, he clarified. He's a truck driver, and he's driving for my company. And so he's out there and he's driving, he's been working there a year and everything's going great. He also owns his own truck, and so he's doing some owner-operator work on the side. Well, in his own truck, he got into 3 wrecks and got 4 speeding tickets, but when he's driving the trucks that I own, he's got a clean record. Well, Mr. Chairman, what happens if he goes and gets in a wreck and all of a sudden I'm getting sued, and they're like, hey, this guy's got all this stuff on his record, he's been in wrecks, he's got speeding tickets, and you're employing him and you're not doing anything to help correct his behavior. Well, this allows, let me say it again, with his permission, this allows the employer to access that database again to get updated information to figure out if Dr. Babin needs better training or needs some safety courses to help improve his performance. At the end of the day, this is about safety. And so that's what this does. I want to be clear that there was an 8% drop in crashes for folks that were using this system, and there was a 17% reduction in out-of-service incidents or events, proving that this information is helpful, but it's just designed to ensure that employers understand the risk and the safety of employees that they're hiring. And I'm going to say this a third or fourth time, the information is accessible when you're hiring an employee. This bill just allows it to be re-accessed whenever an employee grants that permission after they're employed. So this is 100% about safety. This is an existing database that they already have access to. It is similar to checking someone's driver's record. And so that's what this does. I want to be crystal clear. We've worked with a very, very diverse group of stakeholders all over the map on this thing, and have built strong bipartisan support for this legislation. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption. Happy to answer any questions and yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Larson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Graves. Improving safety is certainly the top responsibility of this committee, and anything we can do to keep our roadways safer is worth our time and our attention. In '05, Congress directed the DOT to make certain types of truck and bus driver violation crash data available electronically for companies when conducting pre-employment screening, known as PSP. Congress wanted to ensure companies had access to the information that they needed to hire safe drivers, since carriers would otherwise not have access to a driver's record from past employment. This voluntary system has worked, as been noted. Companies that use PSP to screen new hires have an 8% lower crash rate and a 17% lower driver out of service rate. HR 3356 expands the authorized use of this federal data to evaluate drivers' crash history and violations, quote, as an employment condition, end quote. These changes in the bill, though, go beyond making the data available in more scenarios. This is Congress giving companies access to the data, not just to hire, but to fire drivers. Current law is very prescriptive about when drivers are no longer allowed to operate a truck, including if under an out-of-service order, if convicted of a violation, or if their license is revoked or suspended. This bill exceeds those terms, and, for example, makes a driver's crash history, regardless of the fault of a crash, a condition to reconsider employment. So to support more and better safety data, greater transparency, additional resources to federal and state agencies engaged in licensing and safe operation of commercial drivers. In its current form, though, this bill puts a really heavy thumb on the scale on employment terms in a complex industry with a wide range of contractor and employee arrangements. So for that reason, I'm going to oppose the legislation at this time, but look forward, however, to working with the sponsors of this legislation, if we get to that point, and other ways to improve motor carrier and motor driver safety as part of the surface transportation reauthorization. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Babbitt.
Yes, sir. I'd like to yield my time to the gentleman from Louisiana. Mr. Graves.
Am I recognized?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the ranking member's comments. I want to reiterate that this bill has broad bipartisan support and ask unanimous consent submitted to the record. Correspondence from the American Trucking Association, the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, the Driver Employer Council of America, the National Safety Council, Specialized Carriers and Riggers Association, and Truckload Carriers Association, all supporting the legislation. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to support to include a second letter of support in the record from the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, OIDA. And Mr. Chairman, I guess I understand concerns raised by the ranking member, but I guess where I'm confused is that if we're all acknowledging that this information and data is appropriate in terms of quality and the disposition of the data to help inform employment, why would it not be appropriate for updated information later? That's where I'm confused. It was said that this would be used to fire employees. Well, that's confusing to me. If the quality of the data is appropriate to be accessed for hiring, which I think I heard the ranking member support, why would it not be appropriate to later on review? Let me give a few scenarios. So this is similar to a situation where I go and I get cancer screened, and I got cancer screened one time. And I go back 10 years later and say, hey, I want to get another screen. And they say, well, no, you got a screen 10 years ago, so you're good. Well, conditions change. That's why you get updated screens. I'll give you something that perhaps is a little bit closer to home. Mr. Chairman, if someone walks into this building, go through security, through the metal detector, and it doesn't go off, they let them in the building. If they leave and come back 30 minutes later, they have to go through security again. Why? Because we don't know what they did for that 30 minutes. We don't just say, well, you went through security yesterday, so you're still good today. Every single time I go to the airport, when I fly at least twice a week, I have to go through security when I take off from home and when I take off from here, every time. Because conditions change. I might have put something in my bag or my pockets in between. That's all this is. So the question I would ask any member here when they're wondering how to vote on this legislation, let me ask you one question. Your child is riding a school bus, and that school bus driver has been driving for 10 years. But they also work and drive an 18-wheeler. So during their 18-wheeler job, I'll say it again, they've gotten in 4 wrecks. They've been caught 10 times on their phones while driving. They've been caught drinking and driving. They've been given speeding tickets. And then my child dies or your child dies on the school bus because that driver wasn't a safe driver. What are you going to tell that parent that you said, I'm blocking access to information for the school board or the county or parish or whatever else? I'm blocking information on that driver, which the record was crystal clear that this person was unsafe, yet they're still driving the kids. What are you going to tell that parent? That's the one question I'd ask you to think about when you're deciding how to vote on this legislation. And I want to be crystal clear on this before I close. We engaged every single group that was willing to engage. We asked for comments, and we're doing an ANS, an amendment right now that reflects additional input that we got after we drafted this bill. Any concerns that folks have, I am more than willing to work with them, as we've shown in our amendment right now. I'll say it again. I urge adoption of the amendment. I urge members join the independent truckers, join the American Trucking Association and others that are seeking improvements to safety. Please adopt this legislation and yield back.
Ms. Norton.
I yield my time to Mr. Larson.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To ask unanimous consent to include in the record a letter from the Transport Workers Union of America, AFL-CIO, in opposition to the bill and the ANS in the bill.
Without objection, that is added to the record, and without objection, the gentleman from Louisiana's letters are added to the record.
Great, thanks. And the second, the simple answer to the question the member from Louisiana has asked is that this change, when we passed this in 2005, it was a condition to hire people. This changes it to, it adds a condition to fire people. The answer to the rhetorical question you asked, what do you tell a parent, what do you tell a family? You tell them the current law is prescriptive already when a driver is no longer allowed to operate a truck, including if that driver is under an out-of-service order, if she is convicted of a violation, or if their license is revoked or suspended. It seems to me the examples he brought up certainly fall into those categories. But with that, I'd continue to ask people to oppose this bill and yield back to Ms. Norton the balance of my time.
Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to support H.R. 3356. It was introduced by my colleague from Louisiana, Mr. Graves. Motor Carrier Safety Screening Modernization Act is an important step toward enhancing motor carrier safety, helping motor carriers identify drivers who have good safety records, help protect lives, while it also boosts economic efficiency, promoting a robust supply chain. This bill modernizes the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration's pre-employment screening program by expanding access to important safety data for motor carriers to allow carriers to access the driving records of both prospective hires and current drivers, supporting a culture of responsible safety and monitoring. It means motor carriers and drivers will no longer be unfairly penalized by inaccurate or disputed data, which can impact their ability to work or operate safely. It's been supported by numerous independent drivers associations, which my colleague outlined. I won't go over those again, but I will yield the balance of my time to Mr. Graves if he has any additional comments to make.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Crawford. I just want to just quickly clarify that I'm the only Republican on this bill. It is all Democrats. Otherwise on this bill, including Congressman Chewy Davis, who I believe is a pretty big union supporter. I want to clarify in the letter that was submitted in the record yesterday, Mr. Chairman, the one the ranking member submitted in the record. We heard that there were concerns by the Transportation Workers Union, so we reached out to them yesterday. In between the time when we called them and we actually scheduled a meeting, they sent out the letter. How's that for class? They sent out the letter between when we called them and said, hey, we want to meet with you to discuss the bill and any concerns you may have, and when we actually had the meeting, rather than trying to actually resolve the issue. So let me tell you what they've raised in their letter. They've said that they're concerned because because folks would be getting access to data on their driving records. As Chairman Crawford, the Highways Chair, just pointed out, this base legislation actually improves the ability of the driver to challenge or correct or ensure the accuracy of information that's in the database. So this is an improvement for drivers. In regard to the scenario the ranking member laid out about anything that would disqualify you, suspend your license, let's remind everyone, not every infraction results in a suspension. So there are absolutely scenarios and trends in a driver's record that could make it crystal clear they shouldn't be driving a school bus that is not going to disqualify them or suspend their license. So the union raised an issue that the cost would be passed on to the drivers. That's not the case at all. It suggests that there aren't proper distinctions in reports. I'll say it again. The bill actually improves the ability of the database to be challenged, of the driver to ensure accurate information is in there. So I would happily go through and dispute every single thing that was uninformed that was in that letter yesterday. But I also want to one more time remind folks that they sent the letter out after we called them and before our meeting, giving you an idea of their intentions. I'm the only Republican. This is all Dems on the bill. All of the trucking groups support it because it's about safety. And I'm going to ask you one more time. What are you going to tell that parent? You explain to that parent. Yield back.
Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to speak in favor, much as it pains me for the Garrett Graves bill here. If for no other reason, look, I'm skeptical about any federal government database. And I remain skeptical, but this provides an opportunity for drivers to challenge and question something on the record, which is heretofore unseen and unavailable, and I think that's a step in the right direction. And so for that reason, I think that we should support it, and I support it, and I yield the balance.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Seeing no one, I recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement, and I'd like to thank my colleague, Mr. Graves of Louisiana, along with Representative Davids from Kansas for their work on H.R. 3356, the Motor Carrier Safety Screen Modernization Act. And with that, I'd urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this important piece of legislation. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3356? Hearing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3356. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Okay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question is now on the adoption and favorable reporting of H.R. 3356 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 33. Mr. Larson.
I'll call for a recorded vote.
The gentleman requests a recorded vote and is previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F for the proceedings on the question are postponed. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 8505, the Household Goods Shipping Consumer Protection Act. Not ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Highways and Transit from further consideration of H.R. 8505. And without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I now recognize Ms. Norton to offer her amendment in the nature of a substitute.
I would like to thank Chair Graves and Ranking Member Larson for marking up the household goods shipping.
Offer the amendment. You have an amendment.
I'm sorry, I have
Designate.
an amendment at the desk.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8505, offered by Ms. Norton of the District of Columbia.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of substitute shall be considered as read and shall be considered as the base text now for the purposes of further amendment. I now recognize Highway Subcommittee Ranking Member Ms. Norton for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to thank Chair Graves and Ranking Member Larson for marking up the household goods shipping Consumer Protection Act. Congressman Ezell and I introduced this bill to ensure that the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration has the tools to protect consumers from fraud in the interstate transportation of household goods. This bill is endorsed by the Transportation Intermediaries Association, the American Trucking Associations, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, the National Association of Small Trucking Companies, the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, the Institute for Safer Trucking, Road Safety America, and the National Owner-Operators Association. Specifically, this bill would clarify that the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration has the authority to assess civil penalties against fraudulent actors and hold consumers' personal goods hostage, allow the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration to leverage states' enforcement of federal consumer protection laws relating to the transportation of household goods, and establish requirements to ensure that motor carriers, brokers, and freight forwarders that seek registration are operating legitimate businesses. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration receives thousands of complaints every year from Americans who are the victims of fraud in the shipment of household goods. Fraudsters have launched moving companies with fake 5-star online reviews to draw in customers, intending to overcharge customers or to hold their personal goods hostage until additional fees are paid. After receiving negative reviews, fraudsters open a new moving company under a new name and a new Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration license. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration lacks the authority to prevent and punish these types of fraud. In 2019, a Department of Transportation administrative law judge ruled that the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration lacks authority to assess civil penalties for violations of commercial regulations and regulation requirements, including unauthorized brokerage and failure to return household goods to consumers. This ruling reverses years of practice and enforcement by the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. Due to the administrative law judge's decision, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration may not assess civil penalties for violations of commercial regulations and registration requirements. Instead, the Department of Justice must initiate an action in federal court, which limits enforcement action and leaves American consumers to pay the price. This bill would clarify congressional intent and provide explicit authority for the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration to adjudicate and assess civil penalties for commercial regulations and registration requirements. This bill would also provide explicit authority to the Federal Motor Safety Administration to withhold registration from any applicant that fails to provide a valid principal place of business or disclose common ownership with any other registered entities at the time of registration. Scam household goods service carriers, brokers, and freight forwarders have registered with addresses where no legitimate operations take place, often designating their official address as a retail package store, vacant parking lot, or business address unrelated to the registered entity. Allowing the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration to validate the business information up front helps prevent future fraud and abuse from entering the truck freight sector. This bill would also permit states to use Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Program and the High Priority Program funding to ensure compliance with federal household goods, freight, and consumer protection regulations. It would also codify the existing practice of allowing states to retain the penalties and fines imposed in proceedings related to violations of household goods statutes and regulations. These provisions would support states in their efforts to protect the American people from predatory practices. I urge the committee to support this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to support H.R. 8505, which was introduced by Highways and Transit Subcommittee Ranking Member Norton and my colleague on the subcommittee, Mr. Ezell. H.R. 8505 is an important piece of legislation that will reaffirm that Congress intends for the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration to have the authority to enforce regulatory compliance and protect consumers across the moving and shipping industry after a 2019 ruling revoked FMCSA's authority to assess civil penalties. As it stands today, FMCSA is unable to impose penalties against bad actors and can only pursue criminal enforcement in direct partnership with the Department of Justice, which severely limits the agency's ability to fight rising instances of fraud and protect consumers. This bill enables FMCSA to take action against potential fraudsters in the freight industry, as Congress intended, without the need for long, wasteful, and burdensome proceedings. It also allows states to retain the penalties and fines imposed, thereby incentivizing state-level enforcement while providing additional resources that can be reinvested into further compliance efforts. H.R. 8505 authorizes the agency to withhold registration for any applicants who fail to provide a valid place of business at the time of registration, addressing a commonly used tactic employed by fraudulent operators looking to skirt accountability and take advantage of consumers. The broad support for H.R. 8505 from leading industry groups, including the Owner-Operator Independent Driver Association, the American Trucking Association's Moving and Storage Conference, the Transportation Intermediaries Association, the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, the National Association of Small Trucking Companies, the Institute for Safer Trucking, and Road Safe America, demonstrates the widespread recognition of the need for this bill. H.R. 8505 provides FMCSA with the authority needed to combat freight fraud and ensure household goods compliance. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to co-sponsor this important and bipartisan legislation that equips the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration with the necessary tools to protect Americans from fraud perpetrated by scammers. The area of South Louisiana that I represent is home to many historically disadvantaged communities, including nearly a quarter of the residents of New Orleans who live below the federal poverty line. Many of these residents live paycheck to paycheck and cannot afford to pay ransom just to receive their goods or medicine. This bill will also support our legal shipping companies, a key industry for South Louisiana with our ports along the Mississippi River. This is why it's received the endorsement of so many of our trucking and industry groups. I'd like to thank Representative Holmes, Norton, and Ezell for their leadership on this important issue, and I urge favorable passage. I use that balance of my time.
Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I certainly appreciate my good friend from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton. We've worked together successfully on doing great things. And of course, my friend, Mr. Ezell, I do have concerns about giving additional civil penalty authorities to the FMCSA, an agency that has notoriously abused the regulatory authority that it has been provided to date. Now, this legislation, I'm sure, is born out of an administrative law judge's ruling that the agency had seized authority not provided to it by Congress. And in response to this extra constitutional seizure of power, we are now poised to provide them with exactly what they wanted. Worse, we're allowing for the imposition of civil penalties based on only notice. So you get a notice that there's going to be a hearing, And that's all that's required. You don't have to show up or anything. The opportunity of a hearing and a determination by the secretary themselves without your ex parte. You're not there, and they just determine for you. I don't see that as just. I don't see that as due process, personally. Now, to be clear, freight fraud is a crime. What everyone's described here is absolutely a crime. But let's not do what's easy. Let's do what's right. It is a crime. There are real victims and real costs, and it should be treated as such. And criminal charges should be pursued as they can be currently through the Department of Justice. And if the Department of Justice doesn't see this as something worth their time, then that's an issue to be addressed and should be addressed. I'm concerned that convenience has led us into the trap of further bloating the administrative state and giving agencies the authority to be the judge, jury, and executioner, which is exactly what's going to happen here. And it's what has happened in the past. This summer, the Supreme Court made it clear that this type of extra-constitutional civil penalty system does not pass constitutional muster in the SEC versus Jakarski. It would be prudent to follow their lead and not continue to create these type of systems contrary to our adversary judicial system. These are crimes, ladies and gentlemen, and they should be pursued criminally, because that's what they are. And if somebody is committing fraud, look, and I understand too, that a lot of this goes for the overseas criminal component, and we can't reach out and touch them because they're not in our jurisdiction. If the bill said that we are pursuing the overseas component with civil asset forfeiture, which is essentially what it is, then I think that's a great point to be made, and I can be probably persuaded that that's the only and right thing to do. But this involves American citizens, and we just don't take their stuff without due process. And due process for crimes comes through the criminal process that is instituted by the Department of Justice. And so with that, I reluctantly, because I think that we want to solve this problem, I'm going to have to oppose this bill, but I thought it was important that I stated why I had my opposition. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield the balance.
Mr. Ezell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate that comments there from Brother Perry. I just want to say thank you to Congresswoman Norton for her efforts, Mr. Carter and all the other folks that was involved in this to help us get it across the finish line. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard? I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement, and I'd like to thank Subcommittee Ranking Member Ms. Norton, along with my colleague from Mississippi, Mr. Ezell, for their work on H.R. 8505, the Household Goods Shipping Consumer Protection Act. As mentioned, H.R. 8505 addresses a critical gap in our nation's supply chain by combating fraud and strengthening industry compliance within the shipping industry. I'd urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation. With that, if no one else wishes to be heard, are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8505? Hearing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to 8505. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question is now on adoption and favorable reporting of H.R. 8505 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 8505 as amended is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote on that.
Recorded vote has been requested, as previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 7779, the Good Samaritan Remediation of Abandoned Hard Rock Mines Act of 2024, and I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge the Committee on Water Resources and Environment from further consideration of H.R. 7779. Without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I now recognize Mr. Malloy to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
Clerk, please designate.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7779, offered by Ms. Malloy of Utah.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for the purposes of further amendment. I now recognize Ms. Malloy for 5 minutes for statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Good Samaritan Remediation of Abandoned Hard Rock Mines Act would enable qualified conservation organizations and state agencies to voluntarily tackle cleanups that improve water quality. Right now, there's a perverse incentive when it comes to abandoned mines because in order to do remediation, an entity can be held legally responsible under the Clean Water Act and under CERCLA for pollution they didn't create. So it stops remediation projects before they can start. We have abandoned mines scattered across this country, particularly in the West and throughout Utah, where I represent. Utah could have between 8,000 and 11,000 abandoned hard rock mines on BLM land, but a complete inventory hasn't been conducted. So what we're doing here is creating a pilot program where 15 mines can be remediated by entities who are willing to try this in low-risk mines to prove that we can do this without sidestepping any of the environmental requirements and without harming the environment, but helping the environment and cleaning up these mines and moving forward. It's a good bill for Utah. It's a good bill for the United States. It's good for the mining industry. It has a lot of support. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the rest of my time.
Thank the gentlelady from Utah. I recognize the lady from the District of Columbia for 5 minutes.
H.R. 7779, introduced by Representative Malloy and Pelota, addresses the significant environmental challenges posed by tens of thousands of abandoned hard rock mining sites by creating a pathway for Good Samaritan entities to receive the legal assurance they need to move ahead with remediation of historic mine pollution. This issue is a long history with efforts by multiple presidential administrations attempting to create safe harbors for remediation. I applaud the bipartisan work of this bill's authors to find a path forward and urge committee adoption of this bipartisan, bicameral legislation so it can be enacted into this Congress. The potential harm to environment and to society caused by these abandoned mines are great. Tens of thousands of miles of streams around the nation are contaminated by acid and metals from drainage from these abandoned mine sites, and hundreds of thousands of acres of lakes and reservoirs are impacted by runoff from abandoned mines. Despite these challenges, Congress has been unable to find a reasonable common sense approach to ensure that voluntary parties who had nothing to do with causing the pollution are able to take steps to reduce the environmental health and safety problems associated with abandoned mine sites. The Good Samaritan Remediation of Abandoned Hard Rock Mines Act of 2024 would establish a pilot program to allow EPA to issue certain permits to allow the remediation of abandoned hard rock mine sites. The legislation has the support of a range of outdoor conservation groups, including American Rivers, National Parks Conservation Association, National Wildlife Federation, the Nature Conservancy, and Trout Unlimited. I support this legislation, and I ask my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Norton. Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Graves. Before I begin, may I request unanimous consent to put forth into the record letters sent by the National Mining Association supporting this amendment.
Without objection.
Thank you. I'd like to share my support of H.R. 7779, the bipartisan Good Samaritan Remediation of Abandoned Hard Rock Mines Act, introduced by Representatives Malloy and Peltola. In northern Minnesota, mining is our past, our present, and our future, and our future is bright. On the Iron Range, Minnesotans mined the iron ore that helped this country win 2 world wars. Today, we mine the taconite that is used to make over 3/4 of the country's domestically produced steel. And now we have the opportunity to mine the copper, nickel, and cobalt that will power our 21st century economy. While 21st century mining in the United States uses the best technology and has the safest and most environmentally friendly standards and practices of anywhere in the world, we must acknowledge the sins of our past. It wasn't always like this, and that's why it is important we take steps to rectify matters, including remediating the abandoned mine lands we have in northern Minnesota, along with elsewhere around our great country. Today, we have Americans around the country who are ready to stand up and take on necessary work to remediate these sites. True Good Samaritans. But instead of addressing these abandoned mine lands, we're making the perfect the enemy of the good. Thanks to excessive red tape and onerous liability concerns, Good Samaritans are unable to take the important voluntary steps to address these instances of environmental damage. The bill before us today would help address this. This common sense bill would allow third-party organizations to help clean up hard rock mines that were abandoned before modern environmental regulations. The bill would grant these groups protection from liability so they can assist in the cleanup of acid mine drainage without fear of frivolous lawsuits. As chair of the Energy and Minerals Resources Subcommittee, I was proud to help advance similar legislation through the Natural Resources Committee last year, which addressed this issue for abandoned coal mines. And I am proud to join my colleagues today in supporting this bill that will help address this matter for abandoned hard rock mines. I want to thank Congressman Malloy for offering this legislation, and I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Alaska, Ms. Peltola is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The issue of abandoned hard rock mines is a pressing concern. While new projects are subject to strict safety, remediation, and environmental protection rules, this wasn't always the case. As a result, there are hundreds of thousands of abandoned mines scattered across the western United States with no responsible party to remediate the contamination from past mining activities. These abandoned mines significantly threaten water quality, human health, and the surrounding environment. Despite having no legal or financial responsibility for the mines, state agencies, nonprofits, and other organizations are eager to contribute to the cleanup efforts. However, the current regulatory framework, particularly under the Superfund and Clean Water Acts, threatens these Good Samaritans as polluters, exposing them to significant liability that hinder the process of these critical projects. This bill would allow the EPA to issue 15 permits as part of a pilot program. These permits would enable Good Samaritans to initiate the cleanup of abandoned mines. The permits would provide conditional liability relief, allowing nonprofit remediation projects to proceed while ensuring that these Good Samaritans have the necessary skills and resources to meet federal oversight. The permits would only cover the remediation of past mining waste and not extend to new exploration or processing of newly mined materials. Additionally, projects must have an environmental assessment with a finding of no significant impact under NEPA to move forward. The liability shield would be voided if a permittee decreases water quality through their work. This bill passed the Senate with unanimous consent and has been endorsed by an extensive collection of state and local governments, conservation organizations, tribal interests, and hunters and anglers. I encourage my colleagues to support this vital legislation, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Alaska yields back. Thank you. Any other members seeking recognition? If no members seeking recognition, recognize myself for 5 minutes on behalf of Chair Graves. I want to thank the 2 members of the committee, Congressman Malloy and Peltola, for their work on this legislation. Just very quickly, What this does is you have thousands of abandoned mines across the United States, and you have Good Samaritans, as folks mentioned, that are willing to come in. It may be nonprofit groups, it may be local governments, it may be other mining organizations that want to come in, but they're concerned or they're apprehensive about coming in and doing cleaning up or remediation operations because they're concerned that under CERCLA or under the Clean Water Act that they could be held liable or they could be sued as a result of their, as has been noted, Good Samaritan efforts or actions. So this legislation encourages better outcomes for the environment, better outcomes for the mines, and incentivizes to a degree, or I maybe should say it the other way, it doesn't disincentivize, it prevents disincentivizing remediation operations for these organizations. I want to thank, again, Ms. Peltola. I want to thank Ms. Malloy for working together on a bipartisan, bicameral basis to come to this conclusion. And I think this is important legislation, certainly support it, and urge adoption and yield back. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7779? Hearing none, the question is on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7779. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is in the nature of the substitute is adopted. Question is now on the adoption in favor of reporting H.R. 7779 as amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 7779 as amended is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Our next item of consideration is H.R. 1720, the Ocean Pollution Reduction Act 2, asking unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Water Resources and Environment for further consideration of H.R. 1720. Without objection, so ordered. Now call up the bill for consideration without objection. The first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I now recognize Ms. Napolitano to offer an amendment in the nature of substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at
Clerk.
the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1720, offered by Mrs. Napolitano of California.
Without objection, the amendment in nature of substitute is considered read and considered base text for purposes of further amendment. I now recognize Ms. Napolitano. Ms. Napolitano for 5 minutes for a statement.
Thank you. H.R. 720, the Ocean Pollution Reduction Act, introduced by my colleague from California, Mr. Peters, and other bipartisan members from the San Diego area, clarifies that the City of San Diego can utilize the Standard Clean Water Act permit process for continued operation of the Point Loma wastewater treatment plant with alternative standards. Currently, the Point Loma facility applies for and receives a Clean Water Act waiver to operate with alternative standards. Due to severe land constraints, the facility is unable to treat its wastewater with full secondary treatment. The Point Loma facility is engaged in a long-term effort to reduce their discharges to coastal waters. It will achieve discharge reduction by recycling water and storing it for eventual use as drinking water. In doing so, the facility will direct a portion of its discharge, but does not believe it will ever eliminate its discharges to coastal waters. This legislation ensures that the city makes regular progress in improving quality of water in San Diego region and provides a path forward for allowing the city to address ongoing discharges while providing the city with the ability to meet its long-term water needs. My amendment in the nature of substitute makes a few technical changes to the dates in the introduced bill, but does not change its substance. Mr. Chair, this bill has now twice been approved by the committee by overwhelming bipartisan majorities and twice passed the House under suspension of the rules. I continue to support the legislation and ask my colleagues to do the same. I urge adoption of my amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from California yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement. I want to be clear, this statement is on behalf of the chair. H.R. 1720 is bipartisan legislation aimed to streamline the required permitting process under the Clean Water Act to operate the Point Loma wastewater treatment plant, which serves more than 2 million residents in the San Diego region. This bill also promotes increased water recycling and conservation efforts in the region, resulting in reduction of treated wastewater discharge in the ocean. The committee has approved this legislation in both the 116th and the 117th Congress, and also has passed a full House with strong bipartisan support. I urge my colleagues, on behalf of the chair, again, to support H.R. 1720. And I now recognize, take that back. I recognize myself to offer an amendment to the ANS H.R. 1720. The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1720, offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana, number 132.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. Ms. Napolitano, I certainly appreciate this legislation. I appreciate the legislation that Congressman Peters has filed, but I want to just give a little bit of background to what we're doing right now. What we're doing is we are providing an anomaly to federal regulations, to the Clean Water Act. We're providing an anomaly or exemptions to the Clean Water Act under this legislation. There is a much larger issue here that we all need to be talking about. You've heard all of this discussion on permitting reform, on regulatory reform. This is a perfect example. Here we have folks from the state of California that are asking for exemptions, asking for waivers from the Clean Water Act, because the reality is that the current federal regulatory structure is not flexible enough, it's not agile enough to meet all the demands or to address all of the issues that are out across American towns and cities all over this nation. It's not flexible enough. And so what my amendment does is it just says, why are we limiting this only to Point Loma? Why aren't we allowing anybody who needs a waiver and anomaly here to be treated the same? And so that's what this ANS does. Because I want to be very clear, what this underlying bill does is it waives or exempts this sewage treatment plant in California from complying with the Clean Water Act. And so this just points out that even in the state of California, the regulatory environment sometimes is not compatible with the conditions that are on the ground. And so my amendment, again, it says that Point Loma gets to be treated this way, but anyone else in the country gets to be treated this way as well, instead of just doing a carve-out, a cutout for Point Loma, because other states, other cities, other municipalities experience the same challenges where it appears that the federal regulatory process isn't really compatible with the conditions on the ground. I see my good friend from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, here. I know that both of us have been working tirelessly to restore the coast of Louisiana. And in some cases, we find that or at least I find, Mr. Carter, I won't speak for you, I find that the regulations actually that are designed to protect the environment end up blocking our ability to efficiently restore the coast, which only has environmental objectives. And so I don't understand why it is that we're just doing a carve out for just one project. I think that all areas should be allowed the same treatment, the same exemptions or waivers as being granted here, which, if I remember right, is something like, 12,000 tons of suspended solids that get to be exempted. Let that marinate for just a minute. That much suspended solids related to sewage treatment is being exempted. In any case, Mr. Napolitano, I have offered this amendment 4 times now. I know you've always welcomed this amendment with open arms and a hatchet each time. I want to be clear that I'm going to withdraw this amendment, but I want to make a point that no matter how well-intentioned we are, in many cases, the very rigid regulatory structure just doesn't meet on-the-ground conditions for all Americans, for all municipalities across the country. And just like my friends here are asking for a waiver or an exemption from the Clean Water Act, we often find this across the nation, and I think we need to figure out how to continue building upon some of the successes we've had with regulatory reform in the last year and a half and make additional progress. So without objection, I ask unanimous consent that my amendment be withdrawn. I can't believe nobody objected. I'm withdrawing my amendment. Thank you, Mr. Perry. Are there other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Hearing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1720. Oh, you want to, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah. Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 1720 permanently waives obligations for the city of San Diego, which is a city that is near and dear to my heart. Still have family there, but it permanently waives that to implement the full wastewater secondary treatment standards at Point Loma plant. Currently, a waiver is required every 5 years. And look, I agree, as much as it maddens me to say it, with the gentleman from Louisiana. I mean, I'm nowhere near Point Loma or California. I'm in Pennsylvania, and my constituents are constantly told that they've got to pay the bill for treatment that goes beyond the limits of technology. Think about that. So they can't get there from here, but they still got to pay the bill to keep trying to get there from here. And somehow, look, good for them. The folks at San Diego want to get a waiver and want to be exempted from that requirement. Well, so do the people in Pennsylvania that I represent that can't afford their sewer bills, can't afford their water bills for that matter, their grocery bill, their gasoline bill, their electricity bill, their daycare bill, can't afford anything today. But somehow only Point Loma gets the exemption. Well, I was happy to support this if the Graves Amendment were going to be part of it. But I don't represent San Diego. I represent the good people of South Central Pennsylvania, and they hope that, I'm sure that San Diego is not burdened with getting beyond the limits of technology. And I'm not sure that actually getting settable solids out is beyond the limits of technology. That seems to be a function of time and space to me. So maybe it's going to cost them a little more to do that. And I appreciate the cost because the people of San Diego can ill afford their bills any more than anybody else. As a matter of fact, in California, it might be the worst place in the country to try and afford to live there, which is why people are leaving at record rates. But that having been said, the people of South Central Pennsylvania, my goodness, I imagine the people of Louisiana would like to not have
to have more suspended solids?
No, they would like to not have to pay for a bill to get beyond the limits of technology, to pay for things that can't be achieved, yet they're forced to. So I say what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If we're going to do it for Point Loma, then let's do it for Louisiana. Let's do it for Texas, Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Oregon, all 50 plus the territories. What's good for one must be good for all. And so, look, I don't come to this committee to oppose the bills that come here, but I want to see equal treatment. And my citizens, the citizens that I represent, will have a hard time understanding why I was for somebody else to have relief, but not them. And so I wish that the Graves Amendment were going to be operational, and I was willing and excited, believe it or not, Garrett, excited to vote on that and for that. Of course, you took my opportunity away, and you took the opportunity of those in Pennsylvania's voice to be heard on this issue away. And so with that, I'm going to oppose this bill if it comes to the committee as it's currently written without an amendment, and I'll yield the balance.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry, I do want to make note that the sponsor of this bill, Mr. Peters, has been incredibly constructive in dialogue and talking about regulatory reform, permitting reform, and I will tell you, I do have a lot of respect for him. In fact, I had a meeting with him last night on this very topic, and I think that distinguishes him from many in this body overall. He really has been open to that. In any case, are there other amendments to the amendment in nature of substitute to H.R. 1720? Hearing none, the question is on adoption of the amendment in nature of substitute to H.R. 1720. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. My goodness. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in nature of substitute is adopted. The question is now on the adoption in favor of reporting of H.R. 1720 as amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. In H.R. 1720, the gentleman's asked for a recorded vote. As previously announced pursuant to Committee Rules 6F, further proceedings on the question are postponed. Oh, there we go.
Our next item for consideration is H.R. 8728, the State Managed Disaster Relief Act. I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Economic Development, Public Buildings, and Emergency Management from further consideration of H.R. 8728. Without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I recognize Mr. Graves from Louisiana to offer his amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk, please designate.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8728 offered by Mr. Graves of Louisiana.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for the purposes of further amendment. And I now recognize Mr. Graves for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be brief here. This legislation is based upon discussion with numerous former FEMA administrators. Effectively, what happens is in the aftermath of what I refer to as smaller disasters, FEMA deploys an entire disaster response team to these communities. Having been in these very communities, representing these communities, working in these communities for most of my life, let me tell you what happens. You send in a FEMA team, they take up hotel rooms that are often needed by the actual victims of the disaster. You are paying for their hotel rooms, you're paying for their travel, you're paying for their food during that period, all of which takes away resources that otherwise could be provided to disaster victims. What this legislation does is it says that in the aftermath of what I'll refer to again as a smaller disaster, something that triggers a disaster declaration, but isn't a massive catastrophic disaster, that the governor of a state would have the election of saying, you know what, instead of deploying this entire FEMA team where you're going to have to take up hotel rooms, pay for their travel, pay for their food, have people in these communities, instead, you can do a damage assessment, and let's make up numbers. Let's say that your damage assessment says that it's $10 million worth of damages. The governor could opt, instead of having FEMA come in, and I'll make up numbers, spending $2 million on deploying teams to your community and spending $10 million on the disaster, the governor would have the option of saying, you know what, I'll just take a check for $8 million and the state handles the recovery. So let's be clear. Number one, under that scenario I laid out, the federal taxpayers are saving the $2 million that I invented for all of the travel and deployment costs of these disaster teams. Number two, the governor would only have the option of taking 80% of what the overall damage assessment was. So you're getting it, taxpayers are getting an additional 20% discount. There's no mandate here. This is all elected or opted by the states. I want to thank my very good friend and fellow disaster nerd, Congressman Moskowitz, for co-sponsoring this bill, working with us and drafting this text. And I'll say it again, this is the result of discussions with both Republican and Democrat appointees that were FEMA administrators over the years. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of this legislation and in support of the bill because it is going to save taxpayer dollars. It will allow for us to properly have the FEMA teams deployed for the real disasters, full deployment, and fully resourcing those disasters, major disasters, rather than sending them out to every smaller disaster around the country. Efficiency, taxpayer savings, urge adoption, and yield back.
Ms. Norton.
Mr. Chairman, I support the State-Managed Disaster Relief Act sponsored by Representatives Garrett Graves and Jared Moskowitz. H.R. 8728 allows states and tribes to request lump sum recovery payments for small-scale disasters for less than or equal to 125% of the applicant's minimum disaster threshold for a disaster declaration. Every year that we fail to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, the climate crisis worsens, and we face increased risks from extreme weather events and natural disasters. While large-scale disasters tend to generate more media coverage, much of the risk we face comes in the form of small-scale disasters. Nearly half of the disasters in the United States since 2021 have caused less than $10 million in damages, but those damages still represent damaged infrastructure, leveled homes, and lives torn apart. That's why states and tribes need the flexibility and resources to respond quickly to small events. This bill also prevents the unnecessary deployment of FEMA teams so that they can more efficiently focus on larger catastrophic disasters. This bill will improve outcomes in disasters of all scales and ensure local communities get support they need quickly and efficiently. I support this bill and urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Seeing no one, I recognize myself for 5 minutes, and I want to thank Representative Graves for his work on this legislation. The State-Managed Disaster Relief Act is going to cut red tape by providing states with the option to choose an alternate form of public assistance for small disasters with simplified protocols. Similar to my bill, the SPEED Act, which was enacted in law in 2022 for FEMA projects under $1 million. This bill is going to speed up recovery and it's going to reduce costs for the taxpayers, and I would urge my colleagues to support this bill. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to 8728? Hearing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8728. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question is now on the adoption and favorable reporting of H.R. 8728 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 8728 as amended is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Next item for consideration is H.R. 1605, the Natural Disaster Recovery Act of 2023, and I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Economic Development, Public Buildings, and Emergency Management from further consideration of H.R. 1605, and without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I'd recognize Mr. Rouser to offer his amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is an amendment in the nature of the substitute at the desk.
Clerk, please designate.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1605, offered by Mr. Rouser of North Carolina.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for the purposes of further amendment. And I recognize Mr. Rouser for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me give you a little background as to how this bill even came about. We have Hurricane Matthew in 2016. We have Hurricane Florence in 2018. As members of Congress, anybody who's had a natural disaster understands what your constituency is facing, the challenges on so many fronts. You work really, really hard to address the unmet needs, get the funding through the appropriations process to address those needs. And then lo and behold, you find out that there's still people in need 3 years later, 4 years later, 5 years later, 6 years later, 7 years later, 8 years later. It's unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Now, the number one program to address those needs, biggest dollar amount, is CDBG, Community Development Block Grant, Disaster Recovery Program. And when you dive into it, it's not too hard to figure out that the program's set up for failure. And keep in mind, you can't find this program in the statute anywhere because it's not statute. It's just directed. Every time we have an appropriation for disaster recovery, they just re-erect it. And it is rife with all kinds of bureaucratic problems. You have those at the federal level who say the holdup is at the state level. You have those at the state level who say the holdup is at the federal level, and they're doing this. And I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it. I've got folks, hundreds, if not thousands of folks in my district and elsewhere in North Carolina who have not been able to get assistance to get back in a home that's not mold infested. This program is a wreck. It's awful. It is a disgrace. So real quickly, I think about how to handle this. And I said, you know what? The program's set up for failure. We need to redo this thing completely, start from scratch. Well, I'm a believer that states should have more authority than they do now on all these matters. We need to get as much bureaucracy out of the way at the federal level, get this assistance to the state level as quickly as possible. So basically, I set up a block grant program. They get 50% of their unmet need up front. No hassles with the federal government whatsoever. It's a pass-through basically through FEMA. Give them 50% of their money up front, require that their auditor, state auditor, or whoever the governor selects, do a review of the funding. They submit all that data back to the U.S. Congress, not back to the executive branch where it goes in some black hole and some bureaucrat who's got umpteen gazillion other things to do that day, can't get to it, but goes back to Congress where members of Congress are actually held accountable by their constituencies. It's simple, it's easy. And if people want to go to CDBG DR route again, they can go that route. There's nothing to hold them back from doing that, should this become law. But this, in statute, would provide a direct opportunity for our states and localities that are still suffering, and believe me, there are going to be many more disasters, many more storms on their way. This allows them a direct access to the money that they need up front to get these folks back into homes and repair and mitigate for future disasters. It's simple, it's easy, it's not complex, it's no bureaucracy to speak of. It'd be a vast improvement over what we have today. There's another component of the bill. I will yield my remaining minute to Mr. Graves to talk about his side of it, and then we'll come back and happy to answer any questions later. I yield to Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Rouser, and I want to thank the gentleman from North Carolina for this legislation. Mr. Chairman, very quickly, let's be crystal clear. This bill is coming from members that have experienced disasters. Anyone who's experienced disasters understands how our own federal government re-victimizes disasters through their bureaucracy. I'm going to give you one example as to why this legislation is important. 2016 flood in an area that Congressman Carter and I represent. We fought and secured $1.7 billion in recovery funds for victims of this flood. $1.7 billion. Here we are 8 years later, and only $700 million of it has been given to disaster victims. 8 years later. The Government Accountability Office did a 2018 report and found that HUD's program dramatically slows down the recovery process. This is a completely flawed process. Mr. Rouser's bill, which includes our bill in here as well, it is the right way to go. I urge adoption of this legislation. Yield back.
I yield back my time, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Norton, I mean.
Mr. Chairman, I oppose the Natural Disaster Recovery Program Act sponsored by Representative Rouser. H.R. 1605 directs the Department of Treasury to establish a new fund to be administered by FEMA for long-term disaster recovery. The fund would function as a two-part block grant to states for purposes of addressing unmet needs after a disaster. The bill directs Treasury to deliver half of recovery funds at time of appropriation and second half after the state or tribe submits a report to Congress. The program is unfunded and will rely on supplemental appropriations after individual disasters. I'm not sure why Republican colleagues feel confident they will be able to pass supplemental appropriations after individual disasters, since FEMA's Disaster Relief Fund is currently awaiting desperately needed supplemental funding. In fact, the DRF is currently at such critical levels that FEMA is only able to spend money on life-saving activities. That means critical infrastructure and mitigation projects in places like Maui are on hold. As of September 13th, a total of 2,258 projects across the country are on hold. I'm concerned that the program created by this legislation gives states a blank check for recovery with no guardrails. There is no guarantee that the funds would be prioritized for disaster survivors that are the most in need, or for the projects that are resilient designs and the latest editions of building, of building codes. Giving states taxpayer funds with no guardrails or sufficient oversight process creates high risk for waste, fraud, and abuse. We cannot afford to divert these critical disaster dollars away from struggling disaster survivors in need. The sponsors of this bill have advertised it as a replacement for the Department of Housing and Urban Development's Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program. This program has been supporting long-term disaster recovery for over 5 years. And HUD has put significant work into improving the program over time. Most recently, HUD completed a public comment period for the program in which over 100 stakeholder comments were submitted. I acknowledge that the CDBG-DR program is not perfect, but HUD is following a transparent process to make improvements. That is why permanent authorization of the CDBG-DR program is supported by over 400 stakeholder groups, including Oxfam America, the National League of Cities, and the NAACP. I have also received letters from 34 stakeholders opposing H.R. 1605, including the National Low Income Housing Coalition, the National Resources Defense Council, the Disability Rights Education and Defense Fund, the National Association of Counties, Habit for Humanity International, and Union of Concerned Scientists. The National Emergency Management Association and stakeholder groups representing local emergency management are also opposed. Additionally, Ranking Member Waters of the Financial Services Committee, which has jurisdiction over the CDBG-DR program, contacted our office to express concerns with this bill. I appreciate the passion for these important issues, and I hope to work with Representative Rouser and other members of the committee to move forward to find bipartisan long-term recovery solutions. However, I must oppose H.R. 1605 and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back, and I urge that these be admitted into the record.
Oh, yeah, without objection, so ordered. Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to go back and reiterate what I said before. You have something like a major disaster, and I'm going to say this again. This is coming from folks, Mr. Rouser and I, that have actually been through hurricanes, not once, not twice, but multiple times. And you're going to hear opposition from every coalition and group across the country that has never been through this before. Mr. Rouser and I could give you the names of millions and millions of disaster victims that are totally opposed to this current system that re-victimizes disaster victims because of our own federal bureaucracy. Why in the world we have HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, doing a disaster recovery program, I have no idea. What this does, is Mr. Rouser's bill does, is it actually creates a program, it creates structure, it creates urgency to make sure that the dollars get to the people who need it. In my home state, 2 years after the disaster, when we appropriated the funds, you know who got more money than disaster victims? The contractors. The people, not the contractors building things, the contractors that were running the program. In the letter that the gentlelady just submitted for the record, let me read you a line. In fact, I'll read you a couple lines because I'll tell you exactly what's going on here. Read you a line that says, make no mistake, the ad hoc and intermittent way in which CDBG-DR must operate is untenable. They're agreeing that the existing program is fundamentally broken. Then they go on to explain that this bill addresses the shortcomings by creating a new program with funds housed at the Department of the Treasury managed by FEMA. Unfortunately, without involving HUD, the Financial Services Committee, and housing groups and program development, the legislation could do nothing more than creating a siloed, duplicative program. What they're doing is they're fighting for the jurisdiction of Financial Services Committee. No one here, not a damn thing in this letter, says anything about the actual disaster victims that we represent. You've got two kinds of members of Congress. You've got people that have been through these disasters and understand what it's like. We have empathy for the people that we're representing, and you have people that have never been through this before that are fighting it. People that are sitting in their nice homes in Washington, D.C., and their apartments and condos that are opposing this thing that have no idea what they're talking about. I would challenge any of you to go down to Louisiana where we had a 2016 flood where we still have homes that are mucked and gutted that haven't been rebuilt because you can't connect the dots between the programs, the money that's available, and the people who need it. This is disgusting that anybody would try and defend the status quo on this. And I'll say it again, they've never been through this before. Never. Go live in a gutted home for 8 years and then come back and tell me the existing system works. Yield to Mr. Rouser.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Rouser, you're on such a roll, Mr. Rouser is willing to yield back to you. Let me put it this way. We get the federal government out of this business. That's the problem. You got all kinds of bureaucracy tying all the money up. You got the state that says HUD's the problem. HUD says the state's the problem. Well, I'm sick of it. You know, one of the benefits of this, if we get it into law and it actually is funded, is states will get their money and they can do with the money what they need to do. And you know what? If they screw it up, everybody's going to know who's screwing it up. Right now, you don't know because the state says it's HUD. HUD says it's the state. They just do this. It's a program set up for failure, which is why it's not worked. Again, I have a hurricane in 2016. I have a hurricane in 2018. Multiple storms in between and since then. And I still have people in mold-infested homes, believe it or not, who were promised help early, and 8 years later, still nothing. It is a disgrace. It's awful. Just awful. This is a reimagination of how this could work. Let's don't get bogged down in, oh, CDBG-DR has always been there, so that's all we know, and that's what we're going to continue with. It's a sinking ship. In fact, it's already sunk. It's just a lot of people hadn't realized it. It's done. This is a block grant to the states, gives the states the authority they need to address the needs of those who have been victimized by these storms and who here now are 6, 8 years later, still no help. It's as simple as that. Really simple. Block grant, states have the authority, Congress gets to check and approve the extra 50% of funding, or the final 50% of funding. If everything checks out, make sure states aren't wasting money, and you get it done. You get the job done. Instead of losing that money to who knows what, where it's not going to the disaster victims. That's the program we have today, the non-disaster recovery program. That's what's in law today, basically, or that's what's in practice today. I yield back.
Mr. Court.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The problems that have been presented by Mr. Rouser's bill and my dear colleague and friend, Garrett Graves from my home state are very well stated and are correct. There's no disagreement with the degree of delay and paperwork and obstacles that are oftentimes in the way when we talk about the recovery of our states that have been ravished by storms. Just last week, our home state, Louisiana, suffered devastation from Francine, Category 2, that hit our districts. We were fortunate to not have any fatalities, but left behind lots of damage to people's homes. People are still fighting for relief from previous storms. The comments that were suggested by my colleagues are correct. The difference, in our opinion, is approach. While I have concerns about the aspects of this bill, it's a step in the right direction and a valiant effort to get the funding that communities need to immediately respond, clean up, and rebuild following the storm. The current funding situation for our local communities is unacceptable. It can take years, sometimes decades, for states and municipalities to receive the funding they need to rebuild. Oftentimes, our most vulnerable communities are hurt the most. These are the communities that have to apply for loans, for the upfront payments, for projects while they wait for reimbursement from FEMA, while they wait for years for repayment. The interest on these loans continue to add up. We should not punish our localities as they struggle to rebuild by withholding funds for years at a time. Mr. Rouser is correct. This system is flawed. Mr. Garrett Graves is correct. This system is flawed, and it's unconscionable that people should have to wait. However, this approach, I'm afraid, is not the right one. I remain committed to working with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and anyone else, quite frankly, who are willing to work on systems, programs, and processes that will get resources in the hands of the people immediately. We see storms come and go, and we're still trying to catch up from storms many years ago. So regardless of the outcome of this bill, I'd like to continue to work with this committee to see how we can make the goals of this bill, not the approach, but the goals of this bill, a reality for my district, your district, and any other district. We know that storms come and go. They come faster, they stay longer, they leave more havoc in their place. We know their names. We know approximately when they're coming. We see those spaghetti forecasts. Why in the heck can't we figure out how to get money to people immediately? Why in the heck can't we figure out how to make sure that we are getting resources in the hands of people as quickly, as efficiently as possible, to make sure that we're not only rebuilding, but we're rebuilding back better, that we're more resilient, that we're not doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. But we're building back better. We're putting our transmission lines underground where possible. We're re-fortifying our levees and reshoring our coast to make sure that our inhabitants are safe. Everything that was mentioned by my colleagues are correct, except the approach needs additional work, for which I am committed to working hand in hand to come up with a more seamless, efficient way to accomplish the mission without damaging the process or the people that we serve. Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance of my time.
Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, support Mr. Rouser's plan here, and people of Pennsylvania certainly know the same broken system that leaves them wanting. Now, I wish that while Mr. Rouser's plan is going to fix the circumstance, that it was not going to be duplicative, but we're not in the other committee. We can't force them to care as much as we do about the issues that affect our constituents. And so with that, I'm going to yield the balance of my time for the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Perry, and I want to thank Mr. Perry and I want to thank Mr. Carter for their comments and recognizing the flaws in the existing system. I want to make two notes, Mr. Chairman. Number one is that as part of Mr. Rausser's A&S, he's included our legislation that we've introduced with Congresswoman Plaskett, the Expediting Disaster Reform Act, which bipartisan legislation. Again, I remind you, Congresswoman Plaskett represents Virgin Islands and suffered tremendous consequences of hurricanes Maria and Irma years ago. And her support and us working together was as a result of what our constituents were experiencing in recovery. The last point I wanted to make is that I find it really, really rich that the letter that was included in the record described how us not working with the Financial Services Committee creates a siloed scenario. Mr. Chairman, I want to ask this committee a question. Which committee has jurisdiction over prevention of disasters, over emergency measures, over hazard mitigation? Which committee is that? That would be the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. Full jurisdiction over FEMA and their disaster programs, jurisdiction over the Stafford Act, jurisdiction over the Corps of Engineers and their mission on flood control, hurricane protection, ecological restoration. Which committee, again, has jurisdiction over the actual disasters? That would be this committee, the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. You want to talk about silos, so you have all the preparation, all the prevention that is in this committee. You have the actual disasters and Stafford Act, this committee. And so then you go to recovery and you go to a different committee that has no understanding, no clarity on how these different programs fit together or don't. We've watched over and over again in our state as we would have FEMA come in and say, okay, we're going to stop paying for hotel rooms. There wouldn't be any program there to have trailers available or to have the long-term recovery program, Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program, dovetail in. You just have big gaps. So what this does is it actually, and Mr. Carter, I'll agree with you. This isn't perfect. I agree. It's not. But I do strongly believe this is a hell of a lot better than the status quo. And I appreciate your offer, your commitment to work with Mr. Rausser and myself and seeing if we can perfect this thing. And I'd love that opportunity to work with you. I know that we've all got battle scars from our efforts in disasters and recovery and would appreciate the opportunity to work with you and get your lessons learned incorporated as well. But I want to make my point, just clarify that last point. Silos exist now, which results in inefficiency. And what this does is it tries to ensure that we have one consistent committee, consistent thought across this whole thing on disaster prevention, disaster management, and disaster recovery, because I cannot say this enough. The people that we represent today are victimized by our own government's inefficiency, and we simply cannot allow this to continue. You got anything else? Yield to Mr. Rausser.
Thank you. The last few times that I have come here, I've had to pack my to-go bag because a lot of my district's on fire, and we had more fires. We had 23 incident command centers throughout our state in mid-July, earlier than we've ever had mega fires, more than we've ever had in the history of our state. And what I know is we are still waiting for reimbursement from FEMA from 2020 and the fires we had then. When I talked to my governor about applying for resources from FEMA, and this is something that's overall not entirely specific to just this bill, she said, why would we apply for it? I don't know if we're going to get the money from FEMA. I have constituents who are completely traumatized from losing everything in a wildfire, who are caught up in bureaucracy and living in their car because they can't prove that they're eligible for the services that their taxpayer dollars fund. The fact of the matter is, I agree with everyone here. The system that we have is inefficient, it's overly bureaucratic. It is why I signed on to Representative Graves and Representative Moskowitz's bill to make FEMA a cabinet-level office, given that natural disasters are all year long. But more importantly, We have to make sure that we reduce bureaucracy so we can deliver services the way that we need them, that we need to. So in Oregon, we have a all-hands-on-deck approach to disaster response, and I am concerned that with this particular bill, there aren't appropriate guardrails in place to ensure that funds are spent responsibly, and that it may be duplicative of an existing CDBG-DR program. I want to find a long-term solution, and I will work with anyone. I will work with both of you. I will work with anyone to fix the system that we have because it's broken, it is cruel, we're wasting taxpayer dollars, and we are not helping people who need it, as we're still in fire season that started mid-July, and we're just going to come up on it again next year, and we're going to be doing the same thing, still waiting for money from 2019, from 2020. So this isn't perfect. I want a stronger solution, and I'm open to improvement over the status quo, because we have to be able to spend money in a way that builds resiliency. We need to be able to spend money in a way that is efficient. So I applaud your efforts to address the issue. I would like to see something a little bit different, and am happy to work with you in any way possible. So thanks for bringing it up, and again, let's work to make something that will be solid and allow us to take care of our constituents the way we need to. I yield back.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes, and I want to thank Representative Rouser and Graves for their work on this legislation. The Natural Disaster Recovery Program Act is going to streamline our nation's disaster recovery programs because it consolidates them under the Federal Emergency Management Agency. I would urge my colleagues to support this. And with that, does anyone else wish to be heard? Seeing no one. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1605? Hearing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1605. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question is now on adoption and favorable reporting of H.R. 1605 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 1605 as amended is agreed to and ordered favorably.
Mr. Chair, I would like to ask for a recorded vote.
Gentlelady requests a recorded vote as previously announced pursuant to Committee Rule 6F. Further proceedings on the question are postponed. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 9121, the Fire Management Assistant Grants for Tribal Governments Act. I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Economic Development, Public Buildings, and Emergency Management from further consideration on H.R. 9121. Without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point, and I recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement on the bill. The Fire Management Assistant Grants for Tribal Governments Act makes a technical change to the Stafford Act to allow tribal governments to directly request assistance from FEMA through the Fire Management Assistance Grant Program. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense change, and I recognize Ms. Hoyle for a statement on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this bill. It's a common sense solution and would mean a lot to the tribes in Oregon and throughout the country. I yield back.
We'll now proceed to final passage of the legislation. The question is now on the adoption and favorable reporting of H.R. 9121. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 9121 is agreed to and will be favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Our Our next item for consideration is H.R. 5623, the Addressing Addiction After Disasters Act, and I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Economic Development, Public Buildings, Emergency Management for further consideration of H.R. 5623. Without objection, it is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I now recognize Ranking Member Hoyle to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Please designate.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5623, offered by Ms. Hoyle on behalf of Mr. Larson of Washington.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of further amendment. I now recognize Ms. Hoyle for 5 minutes for a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the bipartisan Addressing Addiction After Disaster Act, sponsored by Representatives Ballant, Takuda, LaMalfa, Molinaro, and others on this committee. H.R. 5623 would ensure FEMA's Crisis Counseling Assistance and Training Program is equipped to support disaster survivors with a variety of needs, including community members who struggle with substance and alcohol use. Research has shown that many survivors of these traumatic events also struggle with new or exacerbated substance and alcohol use. After Hurricane Katrina, alcohol consumption in New Orleans increased by roughly 185%. After Hurricane Sandy, 70% of individuals on opioid maintenance therapy in New York City could not obtain sufficient doses and went into withdrawal. Congress must address the toll natural disasters take on communities and on public health to enable people to recover and save lives. Trauma induced by a disaster should not be a death sentence for those struggling with or in recovery from substance abuse and alcohol use. The bipartisan legislation will strengthen FEMA's post-disaster mental health services to ensure those with substance and alcohol use can find the resources they need to access or continue treatment after a disaster and offer a lifeline for those most in need. I support this legislation and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement on the bill on behalf of the chairman. After a natural disaster, individuals struggling with substance abuse or mental health challenges are at even greater risk. The Addressing Addiction After Disasters Act would expand the existing crisis counseling assistance and training program to provide services for individuals with substance use disorder and alcohol use disorder. So I urge my colleagues to support the legislation. I now recognize Mr. Carter for any comments he may have.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'm happy to have co-sponsored this important legislation, which strengthens the Crisis Counseling Assistance and Training Program by allowing FEMA to provide services for substance use disorder and alcohol use disorder. My district of South Louisiana knows all too well that even when the physical damage and debris from the storm are cleared and fixed, the emotional damage can continue to persist for our residents. Studies show that after Hurricane Katrina struck the Gulf Coast in 2005, alcohol consumption increased by about 185% from before the storm, and an annual hospitalization rate for substance use disorders increased by approximately 30%. I have been deeply committed to advancing mental health initiatives, especially in undisturbed communities. We saw what happened after storms. We see what happened after natural disasters, and we also saw what happened and are still seeing what's happening since COVID. Our young children were left in isolation, alone, without activity, without being with their friends, without being with their classmates, left to social media to entertain themselves. We see the remnants of that today, with mental health being on the rise, with attempted suicides and actual carried out suicides on the rise. We see that these natural disasters and disasters, period, cause grave danger to our young people, but also our adults. And I often say, like the airline stewardess says, put your mask on first before helping others. We as a community have to recognize that mental health is a real situation, a situation that requires attention and time. Like any other ailment, it will not go away alone, but it can be serviced and it can be better. We have fully funded the 988 hotline where people have the opportunity to call in and talk to a trained professional without giving their name, address, location, or any identifying information, but simply to get help. Why? Because we know that mental health is a big issue. So bills like this, they give us the opportunity to address addiction, mental health is very timely and greatly needed. We know that these issues don't know race, they don't know party, they don't know religion, they don't know faith, they don't know geographic boundaries. They simply know that they attack our communities. And we also know that there's a stigma associated with getting help. Well, if there are 10 people in the room, 9 of that 10 is going through something, if not 10 of 10. And we can all use some help sometimes. And it's okay to not be okay sometimes. We have to make sure that resources are available so people will know that you are not alone. This is not an anomaly, and you do not have to suffer in silence. As more violent and unpredictable weather continues to impact our communities, this common sense legislation could not have come at a better time or sooner. I urge its favorable passage. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Are there other speakers? Mr. Graves.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank Mr. Larson, Mr. Carter, Mr. LaMalfa, and others that have proposed this legislation. Mr. Molinaro, just real quick story. After a major disaster that we had in the district that we represent, I got called to a meeting on a crisis related to fostering kids in Livingston Parish. And really surprised, they get called in there, and this was about a year after a major disaster that we had in that parish. And they showed a chart of the kids that got put in foster care, that the parents could no longer take care of the kids. And it was, after this disaster, I mean, the number went up like tenfold. It was extraordinary. And I'm sitting here looking like, what is this? What happened? And they tied it all back to addiction in the aftermath of the disaster, because folks started using drugs to cope with all of the anxiety and other issues they were dealing with because of the disaster that they had gone through and continued to experience. And so this is real. I appreciate folks recognizing this issue and attempting to address it. I urge adoption. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any other members that wish to say a few words? Seeing none. Are there other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5623? Hearing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5623. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question is now on adoption and favorable reporting of H.R. 5623 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 5623 as amended is agreed to and offered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 6083, the Duplication of Benefits Victims Relief Act. I ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Economic Development, Public Buildings, and Emergency Management from further consideration of H.R. 6083. Without objection, so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration, and without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement on the bill. I want to thank Representative Garrett Graves for his work on this legislation. In the Disaster Recovery Reform Act of 2018, this committee passed bipartisan language clarifying that any individual would not be penalized for taking out a small business administration loan after a disaster if grant dollars later became available. The Duplication of Benefits Victims Relief Act would extend this important provision, which has since sunset. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I now recognize Ms. Hoyle for 5 minutes for a statement on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the Duplication of Benefits Victims Relief Act sponsored by Representative Garrett Graves and Representative Carter. H.R. 6083 clarifies congressional intent that disaster recovery loans should not be treated as duplicative of grants when considering Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery, or CDBG-DR grant eligibility. Under current law, disaster survivors who take proactive steps to repair their homes by securing disaster recovery loans can find themselves disqualified from additional recovery assistance grants. While the intent of the original policy was to prevent duplicative benefits, it inadvertently left some survivors without the resources to recover for which they should be eligible. And as we spoke to previously, the amount of time it takes to get benefits to victims really puts these people in a bind. In 2018 and 2022, this committee took steps to address this issue by clarifying that loans should not be considered duplicative of grants. However, income thresholds were imposed that have hindered some families from receiving the help they need. This bill would further extend to expand this waiver, eliminating income thresholds that currently block access to this assistance. I support this bill, urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
Are there any who wish to speak on the bill? Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I want to thank Congressman Carter for working with us on this bill. And let me say this. This again is an example of something that you go into a disaster not realizing, and you come out of the disaster realizing that there are fundamental problems with how disasters are managed. So here's the scenario, and this bill has passed. It is the current law. It has passed this committee, I think, 4 times now. And what we're doing is we're extending a sunset provision in DARA, the 2018 reform bill, disaster reform bill that we did. So what this does, here's the scenario. Congressman Scott Perry and I are both disaster victims. We live in a community that got hit by a hurricane. Congressman Perry says, you know what? I've got to get my family back in the house. I got to get back to work as quick as I can. The only money that's available, money that turns on immediately after a disaster without congressional action, is SBA loans. Mr. Perry takes an SBA loan, $200,000. He goes and rebuilds his home and gets back on his feet, moves his family back in his house, and they're back contributing members of the community. I, on the other hand, am kicking back in a FEMA-supplied hotel room. Maybe I should use somebody else for that bad example. How about Mr. Van Drew? Where are we going? Mr. Van Drew's kicking back in a FEMA-supplied hotel room for 6 months. He's just kicking back in the hotel room. FEMA's paying for his food. They're paying for his hotel room. And then Congress comes in and after 6 months, and they go ahead and they fund this recovery program as grants. So Mr. Perry has taken a $200,000 loan to rebuild. Mr. Van Drew's sitting in a FEMA hotel room for 6 months getting room and board. Then he sees that grants are available. He applies for a grant. He gets a grant. So I'm going to make up numbers. 6 months in the hotels. How much did that cost you, Van Drew? $30,000. $30,000 that FEMA's out. Taxpayers are out. Then he gets a grant. Meanwhile, Mr. Perry is on the hook for $200,000 because he leaned forward, got his family back in his house, got back, in the job, contributing member of the community, get the economy moving again. So Mr. Van Drew's cost a grant and cost the $30,000 FEMA hotel room. And what happens is Mr. Perry, because he was proactive, is deemed ineligible for a grant that could pay the loan back. And so All we're saying is don't disincentivize people from leaning forward, saving the $30,000 that Mr. Van Drew very recklessly and irresponsibly and lazily caused. Can't believe you. So the scenario that, of course, I made up, Mr. Van Drew, the scenario that I made up there demonstrates what this bill fixes. It doesn't, or it rewards, or it doesn't penalize people that were being proactive. This is current law. It was bipartisan to begin with, and Mr. Carter and I have worked to perfect this by extending the sunset and ensuring, as this committee has passed multiple times, that this doesn't discriminate folks based upon income or other things that would disqualify them from eligibility. Folks that have been through disasters recognize this as being a problem. I want to say it again. I want to thank my friend Mr. Carter for working with us on this and helping to get the language right. I urge adoption of this legislation and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Carter is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'd like to thank my dear friend Congressman Garrett Graves for working with me on this bill and for his continued leadership on this vital issue for our neighboring districts in South Louisiana. This bill amends the Stafford Act by removing the sunset on a directive stating that a loan administered by the Small Business Administration is a duplication of benefits when awarding community development block grants, disaster recovery, or CDBG DR grants. It also clarifies that no income threshold shall be applied to limit a recipient's eligibility for a qualifying waiver. This is so important for my district, which can and has been struck by successive disasters, making multiple loans cost prohibitive for working class or middle class income families. My district is also home to so many first-time homebuyers, especially young black families who may be the first in their families to be able to begin to build the generational wealth of home ownership. In 2016, floods rocked much of Louisiana, and the state secured some $2.9 billion in CDBG DR funds to help flood victims rebuild and protect our community from future flooding events. However, recovery funds promised to victims were reduced or eliminated if a homeowner had qualified for a federal disaster recovery loan from the Small Business Administration. Because the homeowner was already approved for federal relief, HUD stated that it would be a duplication of benefits for them to also receive a federal recovery grant from the CDBG DR program. While SBA loans are required to be repaid, the federal government CDBG grants are one-time payments to victims that do not require repayment. Why should someone be penalized? It simply makes no sense. In 2018, this committee included language in the Disaster Recovery Reform Act of 2018 to clarify that a loan is not duplicative. However, when HUD implemented this fix, the agency ruled that a loan is still considered duplicative of a grant if a homeowner makes more than 120% of the median income, of the area median income. As a result, many homeowners were prevented from accessing grant dollars even if they had simply applied for a loan and never received it. This legislation clarifies that HUD cannot use additional income tax to determine eligibility for duplication of benefit relief. I'm proud that this bill has the support of housing groups like Housing Louisiana and the St. Bernard Project, groups who have worked tirelessly with families to rebuild after many, many storms. Storms don't discriminate. They affect us all, regardless of race, political party, socioeconomic status. It's wrong to tell someone desperate to return to their home after a storm that because they took out a loan, they will be unable to benefit from future federal programs. A loan is not a grant. I will happily provide a copy of the dictionary for anyone who thinks otherwise. We should stop the madness, provide resources for people who need it, and stop the bureaucratic nightmares that many relief victims are faced with daily. I urge favorable passage of this sensical, common sense, powerful piece of legislation that will make so many wrongs right. and I urge favorable passage, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any others who wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none, we will now proceed to final passage of the legislation. The question is now on adoption and favorable reporting of H.R. 6083. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 6083 is agreed to and will be favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 9313, the Think Differently About Building Accessibility Act. I ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Economic Development, Public Buildings, and Emergency Management from further consideration of H.R. 9313. Without objection, so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration, and without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement on the bill. I want to thank Congressman Molinaro for his work on this legislation. Americans with disabilities deserve equal access to federal facilities, including those leased by GSA. This bill would ensure that GSA is complying with the requirements of the Architectural Barriers Act and the Americans with Disabilities Act by initiating a review and investigation of the accessibility of GSA's current portfolio. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I now recognize Ms. Hoyle for 5 minutes for a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this bill, which directs the Government Accountability Office to report to Congress on the General Services Administration's compliance under the Architectural Barriers Act, also known as the ABA. The ABA, enacted in 1968, requires accessibility in all buildings owned, constructed, and leased by the federal government. In 2006, GSA published standards for implementing the ABA. Those standards require that all public use areas, common use areas, and employee areas must be accessible, and that accessible routes must connect all accessible spaces. In July of this year, GSA announced the adoption of additional accessibility requirements to decrease the distances between on-street parking to building entrances, increase sidewalk width to make it easier for people to pass on the sidewalk, and improve audio and tactile warning systems to alert pedestrians in crosswalks. According to GSA, all federal facilities are already fully access compliant, and GSA typically goes beyond the federal standards. That's in quotes, because that's what they said. But given the recently issued rules, now is a good time for GAO to examine how GSA, as the federal government's landlord, is actually implementing accessibility standards and influencing local communities and state governments as well. I support this bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Are there other members that wish to speak? Mr. Molinaro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I appreciate the GAO's assertion, as inaccurate as it might be, this legislation does require that we actually live up to the basic ABA and ADA standards. I'm proud to speak in favor of my legislation, the Think Differently About Building Accessibility Act. My bipartisan bill helps to ensure that federal buildings are, in fact, fully accessible for individuals with disabilities. Now, I was happy to draft this bill after speaking to a constituent, actually an employee of the federal government, Tom, who lives and works in Tompkins County, New York, where he works in a government-leased building. This constituent has accessibility needs of his own, but of course services and provides assistance to constituents who also live with physical, intellectual, and developmental disabilities. The building he works in is not adequately constructed to meet those needs or the basic ABA standards. Specifically, this bill requires the GAO to investigate all federally owned and leased buildings and report if they are not in compliance with the Architectural Barriers Act, which requires buildings that use federal dollars are accessible for people with disabilities. This bill will ensure that individuals like Tom in Tompkins County, New York, no longer face challenges in getting around their workplace. but also broadens accessibility for every American of every ability. I thank my colleagues for their support. I'd like to extend my appreciation to Ms. Titus, not only for her support of this legislation and the work we've engaged in to broaden access to those with disabilities, but encourage the committee's support. Meeting the minimum standards of ABA and ADA should not be something so challenging for the federal government. This bill will ensure greater access and greater accessibility. And with that, I yield back.
Are there any others who wish to speak on the bill? Seeing none, we'll now proceed to final passage of the legislation. The question is now, correct something here. The question is now on the adoption and favorable reporting of H.R. 9313. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 9313 is agreed to and will be favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 9024, the Extreme Weather and Heat Response Modernization Act. I ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Economic Development, Public Buildings, and Emergency Management from further consideration of H.R. 9024. Without objection, so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration, and without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I now recognize Ms. Titus to offer her amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have that amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9024, offered by Ms. Titus of Nevada.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for purposes of further amendment. I recognize Ms. Titus for 5 minutes for her statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the 4th of July weekend this year, nearly 130 million people across the country were under some form of extreme heat threat. Temperatures in my district in southern Nevada reached a local record of 120 degrees. On top of this, we should remember that extreme heat kills more people annually than hurricanes and tornadoes combined. Many people don't realize that. And emergency room visits for heat-related illnesses are on the rise. In 2023, there were a record 2,297 deaths related to extreme heat, including 294 in southern Nevada, which represented a 78% increase compared to 2022. This year, we expect those numbers to rise significantly. To put it in perspective, by this time last year, we had 108 heat-related deaths. Right now, Las Vegas has already reported 224 deaths, and we are not alone in this problem. As hospitalizations and deaths continue to rise, communities need more resources to protect individuals, including the ability to set up cooling centers to help vulnerable people maintain a safe body temperature. Last year, I convened a roundtable of local officials and emergency management leaders to discuss strategies to mitigate the harmful impacts of extreme heat. The result is the legislation we're considering today, the Extreme Weather and Heat Response Modernization Act, which I introduced, I'm proud to say, with my colleague, Mr. Stanton. This bill will empower FEMA to better address extreme heat, and it will provide communities with more resources to keep people safe during extreme heat events. The real need for this bill is that unlike other disasters that have clear incident periods and are more easily, you can more easily assess the damages, extreme heat just isn't that clear cut. So this bill would establish an advisory panel of emergency managers nationwide to review FEMA's procedures for determining incidence periods, coming up with important definitions so that FEMA can make any necessary revisions that would allow more resources to be available for these types of events in the future. Furthermore, a disaster declaration isn't the only means through which FEMA can provide assistance to communities. They have a suite of programs to make communities more resilient. This bill would allow FEMA's preparedness and mitigation programs to support resources for addressing the public health impacts of extreme heat by funding cooling and resiliency centers and cooling equipment for households and first responders. As we've already seen this year, extreme heat is only going to get worse, and I want to thank my colleagues for considering this legislation, which will help modernize our response to these extreme temperature events and save lives. I thank Mr. Stanton for his assistance with helping to bring this bill forward and drafting it appropriately, and I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement on the bill. I want to thank Subcommittee Ranking Member Titus for her work on this legislation. The Extreme Weather and Heat Response Modernization Act requires FEMA to convene a panel to make recommendations on improving how FEMA defines incident periods for disasters. Speaking on behalf of the chairman of the full committee, he's seen firsthand the impact on disaster victims and communities when FEMA poorly defines the official incident period, particularly in flooding events. The bill also would make certain mitigation measures eligible for FEMA mitigation funding to respond to extreme heat and freezing events. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I now recognize Mr. Perry for any comments he may have.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, I'm not going to support this effort. I mean, FEMA can't handle the work that it currently has, and of course, you know, Washington, D.C. is going to give them more work to do. This allows FEMA to consider mitigation activities for extreme temperature events as eligible under Section 404, the Hazard Mitigation Grants and the BRIC program. This is an expansion of FEMA mitigation activities, and it's further involving the federal government in disaster mitigation and relief. And we've been sitting in this committee now for hours hearing story after story about how they're currently not handling what they have, and what they are handling, they're handling poorly. Instead of expanding the federal role, what would be great is if Washington, D.C. would be empowering and incentivizing the states to act on their own best interest and the own best interest of their citizens. Therefore, I'm going to oppose, and I urge opposition to the bill. I yield the balance.
Mr. Stanton is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm proud to have introduced H.R. 9024, the Extreme Weather and Heat Response Modernization Act, along with my colleague from Las Vegas, Ranking Member Titus, a bill that would give FEMA tools it desperately needs to address extreme heat. Together, we represent two states, Arizona and Nevada, on the very forefront of a public health crisis. This weekend, back home in Phoenix, daily highs are supposed to dip below 100 degrees for the first time since mid-May. 111 days, almost 4 straight months of triple-digit heat. That's an all-time record, and more than half of those days had highs above 110 degrees. Now, sometimes we joke back home, it's a dry heat, but heat like that, especially when the temperatures at night hover in the 90s, it takes a brutal toll on the human body, especially for vulnerable populations like seniors, people with health conditions, and people experiencing homelessness. Last year, 645 people died from heat-related causes in Maricopa County, a 50% year-over-year increase. Local governments are doing what they can. This summer, the city of Phoenix, using a combination of one-time local, state, and federal resources, extended the operating hours at 5 of its heat relief sites, including providing overnight support at 2 locations. They recorded nearly 30,000 visits. These cooling centers are essential as most heat deaths occur outside. But increasingly, some of our most vulnerable residents aren't even safe inside their homes. In Phoenix, air conditioning isn't a luxury, it is a necessity, and losing your AC now is a life-threatening event. Since 2011, 819 people have died indoors from heat-related causes in Maricopa County, and 75% of those cases, their air conditioners were either broken or turned off. These are our most vulnerable citizens, often seniors living alone on a fixed income, who can't afford to pay for a new AC unit or a high summer electric bill. Again, city and county governments have stepped up to provide financial assistance, utility assistance, and repairs. But as a former big city mayor, I know firsthand how strained local government budgets already are. In Phoenix, if Phoenix was being hit by a hurricane or pummeled by tornadoes or extreme flooding, FEMA would be able to provide federal assistance. Well, heat kills twice as many people each year as hurricanes and tornadoes combined. Extreme heat is a long-term natural disaster, and we need the federal government to start treating it as such. This bill couldn't come soon enough. It enables FEMA to better address extreme heat and provide local governments with more resources to keep people safe, including unlocking federal funding for cooling centers. This legislation directs FEMA to develop guidance for local entities to respond to extreme heat events, and it authorizes an important study measuring the impact of extreme heat on infrastructure, our economy, and public health in order to develop a framework for mitigation and response. I'll just close by saying that while Phoenix and Las Vegas are on the front lines of this crisis, communities around the country are dealing with more frequent dangerous heat waves, from the urban Pacific Northwest to the rural Deep South. As global temperatures rise, heat will affect every district. I urge all my colleagues here to vote yes, and I yield back.
Ms. Hoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also would like to support the Extreme Weather and Heat Response Modernization Act, sponsored by Representatives Titus and Stanton. H.R. 9024 directs FEMA to update the guidance across programs to better support communities affected by extreme weather, including heat. We have, over the past number of years, due to the extreme weather events and drier climate that we have from climate change, have resulted in, again, people dying, but more hotter wildfires, and the heat makes it both harder to fight them and makes it more dangerous for our wildland and professional structural firefighters. However, and I have my frustrations with FEMA, and we absolutely need to address the red tape, the bureaucracy, and making sure that we can deliver funds to where they're needed in a timely fashion, in a way that allows us to build more resiliency. But I would be remiss to not mention the fact that A, FEMA is an agency under Homeland Security, so it does not get the attention it deserves for the work, the important work that it's supposed to do, and 4/5 of the FEMA staff are temporary Stafford Act employees. So you can't not fund the workers, the workforce, and not give them the tools they need to do their jobs and then expect it to be done. So fundamentally, I want efficiencies, and I'll work with anyone to make that happen. And we also need to recognize that disaster relief and response is a year-round job, and we have to change how we are staffing FEMA and give them the tools to do their jobs so that we can hold them accountable. But you can't do one without the other.
Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, just on this legislation, I understand the objectives here. I do want to make note that I have some concern or pause over, you think about the Article 1 bill that we did earlier that Mr. Perry spoke on, I believe it was Chip Roy bill, that's designed to ensure that the role of Congress is preserved. But then this one comes in and appears to sort of muddy the waters on what actually is a disaster. It talks about incident periods for slow onset disasters, for correlated non-congruous disasters, incident periods for compounding disasters, and incident periods for cascading disasters. To me, it seems like you're lowering the bar and allowing for collective impacts to be considered one disaster, which I think Congress, this committee, needs to be thoughtful on. And the reason I mention it is because in this ANS, Section 2F, it directs FEMA to go directly into a rulemaking after a 30-day period. And so I think that maybe a better approach would be to submit something to the committee, let the committee look at it and decide if we want to affirmatively act as opposed to apparently giving the administrator authority here. And a few other concerns here about role of government, but I want to speak a little bit out of order. This is the last disaster bill we're doing today. And, Mr. Chairman, I want to take a minute of personal privilege here. For 5 years, we had a great person in our office. Her name was Logan Delabar Hayes, someone who had way too many names. She worked in our office for 5 years, came in as a legislative assistant, and ended up being promoted up to legislative director. And Logan was a Swiss Army knife. She was a brainiac who, of course, a little bit of LSU background, but also London School of Economics and lots of other overly educated experiences that made her an incredibly valuable member of our team. And she recently has been demoted to professional staff on the House Transportation Infrastructure Committee, specifically handling disaster issues. But Logan, or in our office known as Loganza, was a force to be reckoned with, just an absolute extraordinary asset to our team, an asset to Louisiana, and the key person, the key staffer on so many of the bills that we have worked on today through our office, as well as others that members have brought up in the disaster space. I can't say it enough, just a huge, huge asset to this committee, been an asset to South Louisiana, an asset to the nation, an asset and fighter for disaster victims. And right now, you may notice that she's prego, and we've had a number of pregnancies in our office. We had baby debt ceiling, we had baby infrastructure, we had baby climate crisis, and this one is baby WEP, which is windfall elimination, because she is the staffer in HR 82, the government pension offset and windfall elimination bill, and has just been an absolute rock star on that legislation. So, Mr. Chairman, just as we finish up this last disaster bill, I want to publicly thank Loganza for all of the incredible contributions that she's made to our team, that she's made to our state and to this nation. Really do appreciate her, and I wish her and Jacob the best in their new marriage and in their baby that's coming and in their life. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I want to thank Loganza. Yield back.
Well said. Gentleman yields back. Mr. Van Drew.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I first want to say I respect Representative Titus, and I understand what she's trying to get to here. But just a couple thoughts. The theme of all these disaster bills has been pretty obvious. FEMA is not doing its job well enough. People are bound up in bureaucracy, a lack of efficiency, and a whole lot of other problems that are going on. So with all that happening, we're trying to hopefully straighten that out, make it better. God knows we've been doing this for years. And yet at the same time, this piece of legislation gives them added responsibility. And it gives me pause. Are we going to even further diminish the, quite frankly, poor job that they're doing in certain areas already by just adding on one more responsibility? Secondly, and I guess this is a little bit of an editorial comment, it does get real hot. I mean, I have friends in Nevada, in Arizona, in Texas. It's not unusual to be so very hot out there. In fact, where I am in the Northeast in New Jersey, we had a cooler than average summer, quite frankly. So I don't know if at this point, because of the responsibilities that we already have that we're not taking care of, and on top of that, are we sure that we just want to have one continuous disaster after another, kind of linking together days that are extremely hot? So at this point in time, I understand the goal. Let me be very blunt. I'm not being partisan. This is not a partisan issue to me, but it's an issue of efficiency and appropriateness. And I just think at this time, this is probably something that we shouldn't do. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any other members that wish to speak on this bill? Seeing none, are there other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9024? Hearing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9024. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. Hold on one second. The question is now on adoption and favorable reporting of H.R. 9024 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman requests a recorded vote as previously announced. Pursuant to Committee Rule 6F, further proceedings on the question are postponed. Our next items for consideration are 11 General Service Administration, or GSA, Capital Investment and Leasing Program resolutions. I ask unanimous consent to call up the resolutions in block and that they are considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement on the GSA resolutions en bloc. The resolutions we are considering today authorize 11 GSA projects and leases included in GSA's Capital Investment and Leasing Program. All of the projects we are considering today were funded through fiscal year 2024 appropriations and address needed repairs, life safety, security, and consolidations. The 2 leases are short-term extensions needed to support expected agency moves and avoid holdovers. I urge my colleagues to support these resolutions, and I now recognize Ms. Hoyle for a statement on the resolutions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the 11 GSA resolutions before us today. 8 of these resolutions authorize GSA to address fire and life safety repairs, improve security in federal courthouses, shrink excess space, fortify buildings against seismic activities, and make emergency plumbing repairs in federal buildings across the country. 2 of the resolutions authorize GSA to lease space for the Department of Transportation in Kansas City and for a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency in New York City. And 1 resolution authorizes GSA to secure design services for the replacement of a long-term record storage facility in Bellevue, Washington. Each of these activities has been thoroughly examined by GSA, OMB, and the agencies themselves. I support these resolutions, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Do any other members wish to be recognized for a statement on the en bloc GSA resolutions? Seeing no further speakers, are there any amendments to the GSA resolutions en bloc? Hearing none, the question is now on adoption of the GSA resolutions en bloc. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the GSA resolutions en bloc are agreed to and approved.
Our next item for consideration is H.R. 8610, the Counter UAS Authorities Security, Safety, and Reauthorization Act. I ask unanimous consent to discharge the Committee on Aviation for further consideration of H.R. 8610 without objection. That is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration without objection. The first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for a statement. This Congress, the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, has worked diligently with the Committee on Homeland Security and the Judiciary Committee to produce the bipartisan legislation that's before us today. H.R. 8610 reauthorizes, reforms, and reasonably expands the existing counter unmanned aircraft system, counter UAS, authorities of the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Justice, the Department of Transportation, and the Federal Aviation Administration. As the new entrants continue to integrate into the national airspace, it's critical that federal agencies are equipped with the necessary technology to handle unlawful, malicious, and even potentially dangerous UAV operations. And that's exactly what the language before us seeks to accomplish. H.R. 8610 improves coordination requirements amongst agencies, establishes standards for counter-UAS training programs, and establishes a counter-UAS mitigation state law enforcement pilot program. Perhaps most important to this committee, the legislation contemplates counter-UAS detection and mitigation efforts in an airport environment where maintaining safety is non-negotiable. We must continue to support and foster new aviation technologies. The future of American aviation depends on it. However, it's critical to ensure that appropriate guardrails are put in place to ensure the safety of the American people. We've also received a good amount of feedback on this bill since its introduction. So we're going to be calling up a manager's amendment shortly that addresses many of the issues that have been identified with the bill. And I want to thank the other committees of jurisdiction for the bipartisan collaboration that went into this bill and the manager's amendment, and I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I now recognize Ms. Hoyle for 5 minutes on statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support H.R. 8610, the Counter-UAS Authority Security, Safety, and Reauthorization Act, a bipartisan tri-committee effort to create the foundation for safe and responsible expansion of counter-drone technologies while simultaneously establishing the necessary framework to ensure public safety and security. As unmanned aircraft systems, or drones, continue to emerge in our airspace, Congress must ensure that the appropriate federal agencies and other eligible entities have the authorities and resources needed to address any associated safety and security risks posed by these systems. For nearly 2 years, our committee, along with the House Homeland Security and Judiciary Committees, have worked to develop this measured approach to foster the scalable integration of counter-UAS detection and mitigation technologies and ensure the safety of the flying public and the people on the ground. Consideration of this bill comes at a critical time, as current counter-UAS authorities for the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, and Department of Justice, DOJ, which were extended under 2024 FAA reauthorization, are set to expire on October 1st, 2024. H.R. 8610 aims to strike the right balance between the considerable aviation safety, national security, privacy, and civil liberties issues related to counter-UAS activities. It also addresses and improves upon several of the administration's recommendations as outlined by the FAA's own UAS detection and mitigation systems, aviation rulemaking committees, ARC, and in its final report issued earlier this year. Notably, the bill extends DHS's and DOJ's counter-UAS authorities and grants new authorities to the FAA through October 1st, 2028. Establishes an FAA office to better manage the agency's counter-UAS efforts and improve coordination of oversight with other federal agencies. Directs DHS, DOJ, and FAA to establish standards for counter-UAS system training programs, operator qualifications, and minimum performance requirements to ensure these technologies are safely deployed. Creates a process by which state, local, tribal, or territorial law enforcement agencies, in partnership with approved owners and operator of covered sites such as critical infrastructure, can seek authorization from federal agencies to deploy UAS detection capabilities. Establishes a counter-UAS mitigation pilot program authorizing the operation of approved systems to disable, disrupt, or seize control of drones over a limited number of covered sites, and sets up the necessary framework to protect large, medium, and cargo airports across the country from persistent drone disruptions, among other key reforms. This bipartisan tri-committee agreement paves the way for a responsible and sustainable expansion of counter-UAS authorities to address the evolving demand of the national airspace system. Furthermore, favorably approving H.R. 8610 today will allow the committee to begin substantive discussions with the Senate to develop a bipartisan, bicameral counter-UAS reauthorization bill. It should be noted that this is the only counter-UAS bill in Congress that has bipartisan support and support among all the different committees of jurisdiction. My thanks to Chairman Sam Graves, Homeland Security Chairman Green, and Ranking Member Thompson, and Judiciary Committee Ranking Member Nadler and their respective staff for the hard work on this bill. I encourage everyone to support H.R. 8610, and I look forward to working together to prevent these critical safety authorities from lapsing. I yield back.
Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as Aviation Subcommittee Chair, I want to thank all the parties involved. This has been incredibly complex with crossing over different committees of jurisdiction, as Ms. Hoyle noted, the Judiciary Committee, the Homeland Security Committee, and of course this committee, the most important one. Mr. Chairman, let's just briefly kind of lay out what's going on. You've got this proliferation of drones on the recreational side and on the actual business or government side. For example, drones are used to inspect pipelines, inspect bridges. They're used to inspect facilities, looking for leaks, detecting vulnerabilities. We use them in the aftermath of hurricanes to go do reconnaissance in areas that are inaccessible or otherwise unsafe. Their utility is extraordinary. And on the recreational side, we've seen this surge in the recreational use of drones. My son used to have one. Maybe he still does. In any case, it's been just this huge surge. Let me give you an example. In 2016, there were 20,000 drone pilots that were registered with the FAA. 20,000 in 2016. Today, there's over 400,000. So I'll say that again. 2016, 40,000. Today, over 200,000 registered pilots with the FAA that are drones. And of course, that's expected to increase. Think about for just a minute adding hundreds of thousands of new aircraft into our national airspace system, the complexity it provides in regard to airline pilots, in regard to GA pilots, in regard to helicopters and other types of aircraft. On the recreational side, today there's around 390,000 recreational drones that are registered with the FAA. That number is expected in the near future to cross over 500,000 recreational drones. We have seen, whether it was in the AFC Championship game in Baltimore, whether it was the airport in the UK, whether it is at our facilities in Louisiana, a state that has one of the largest chemical industries in the nation. We have seen drone threats all across our district, across our state, our nation, and of course the world. With this proliferation of this amazing technology with benefits on both the recreational and on the business and government sectors, you also have increasing threat. And so that's what this legislation's about. In the FAA reauthorization bill that we did a few months ago, we extended the counter-UAS authority, but this bill goes even farther. It provides more authority, better coordination, better solutions for counter-UAS technologies. And let me say it again. In our state, we have seen threats to our facilities, to our chemical plants, to our energy facilities. We have seen drone threats, and this legislation works to address that, to ensure safe integration into our national airspace system, but also ensuring that critical infrastructure has the protection that it needs to prevent any type of disaster or threat. One thing that I want to, or a couple things that I want to highlight in here is that Section 5 establishes or grants the Department of Homeland Security to authorize the deployment, the acquisition, the operation of counter-UAS systems by law enforcement on behalf of a covered site, a critical infrastructure type site. This is going to put advanced detection systems in the hands of law enforcement and others to ensure that critical infrastructure can be safely operated across the country. And this is a significant step forward in preventing a disaster and protecting facilities from errant drones or anybody with bad intentions. Secondly, Section 6 of this legislation stands up a counter-UAS mitigation pilot program where certain state law enforcement agencies can operate counter-UAS mitigation systems on behalf of covered entities, making sure that these facilities, again, are protected. So really important authorities that are in here that build upon what this committee did in the FAA reauthorization bill. I want to thank bipartisan cooperation, the Homeland Security Committee, the Judiciary Committee, and of course, in this committee, Congressman Cohen, Congressman Larson, and Congressman Sam Graves. So bipartisan solution, it establishes a robust counter-UAS framework. I want to thank everybody in working together. I urge support and adoption of this legislation and yield back.
Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, the usage of drones is spreading everywhere, and our people have the right to defend themselves when it infringes upon their property or their personal safety. I generally support this legislation and its objective of strengthening counter-drone authorities. The current bill leaves out important groups that were covered under previous legislation. This amendment, my amendment, expands covered sites to include those that are already covered by Section 2209 of the 2016 FAA Reauthorization Act. This includes vulnerable, critical infrastructure like oil refineries and railroads. The 2016 bill also covered amusement parks and state prisons which face unique threats from drones. Right now, these institutions are left completely vulnerable, unable to defend themselves from attacks or surveillance by the air. Under current law, they are even restricted from using tools that help them identify the very presence of drones. Just last year, one example out of many, in southern New Jersey, in my district, we had an incident at an amusement park called Morey's Piers in Wildwood, one of the biggest amusement parks in the country. During this incident, an active drone came in very close proximity to a moving roller coaster, presenting untold danger to all the people who were on it. This is just one example of many why I included this amendment, which will provide hundreds of important American institutions the tools to ensure their own safety and their own security. While the FAA is developing a final rule, Section 2209, that is anticipated next year, hopefully, we should not leave our people unnecessarily vulnerable with the inability to protect themselves while they wait for the federal government to get its job done. Including in this amendment will greatly improve the safety and security of our nation. And it is perfectly aligned with precedent established by this very committee and strongly supported by many groups, including the Chamber of Commerce, major county sheriffs of America, the amusement park industry, and many players from the energy and chemical industries, such as, just to name a few, the American Chemistry Council, the Alliance for Chemical Distribution Group, the Interstate Natural Gas Association of America, and the Nuclear Energy Institute. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to adopt this bipartisan amendment. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
I'd ask unanimous consent to consider the following amendments en bloc. The Manager's Amendment to H.R. 8610, the Van Drew Amendment, number 159, Revision 2. Without objection, that is so ordered. The clerk, please designate the amendments en bloc.
An en bloc amendment to H.R. 8610 offered by Mr. Graves of Missouri, including a manager's amendment offered by Mr. Graves of Missouri, and amendment number 159, revision 2, offered by Mr. Van Drew of New Jersey.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes to speak on the manager's amendment. I'm happy to offer this manager's amendment to strengthen the underlying bill and to make various policy and technical corrections that have been agreed to by the Homeland Security Committee, the Judiciary Committee, and who also share jurisdiction over this bill and issue. The changes contained in this manager's amendment are designed to incorporate member and stakeholder feedback that the committee has received since the legislation was introduced on June 4th. Most importantly, this amendment expands the size and scope of the counter-UAS law Enforcement Mitigation Pilot Program. The program will now start off with 5 state and local law enforcement agencies able to operate counter-UAS mitigation equipment at 4 sites each. The program can then be expanded after 18 months to include an additional 10 law enforcement agencies, also at 4 sites apiece. While we want to ensure that the pilot program does not jeopardize aviation or public safety, it's clear that the initial pilot program was not adequate enough to properly assess these new authorities. This amendment also extends the bill's authorities through fiscal year 2029 and ensures the existing state and local law enforcement counter-UAS activities that do not require Title 18 relief are not disrupted, and tightens the timeline for the development of minimum performance standards for counter-UAS systems. As I mentioned, the contents of this agreement have been agreed to by all the committees of jurisdiction, and I'm grateful for their partnership on this issue. Additionally, Mr. Van Drew's amendment would amend the definition of a covered site under the bill to explicitly include critical infrastructure facilities, oil refineries, amusement parks, and state prisons. I want to thank him for his amendment and support its adoption. So with that, thank you. I would yield back. And are there any other further speakers? Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Chair. Support the manager's amendment to H.R. 8610. It's a bipartisan tri-committee agreement that addresses the various issues that key stakeholders brought to us, ranging from law enforcement to drone industry, national sports leagues, the airports, the Air Traffic Controllers Union, and several others. The amendment also addresses and approves upon administration recommendations on the expansion of counter-UAS authorities. Notably, this amendment strengthens and further expands the underlying counter-UAS mitigation pilot program to include up to 15 total state or covered local law enforcement agencies, and triples the total number of covered sites under the program from 20 to 60. Extends the counter-UAS authorizations through fiscal year 29, corrects references to the air traffic controllers throughout the bill, and clarifies their important coordination role in counter-UAS activities, permits airport operators that previously acquired or operated approved counter-UAS systems prior to the enactment of this bill to continue to do so if certain conditions are met, and tightens the timeline for the FAA to develop minimum performance standards for counter-UAS systems, among other necessary changes. So my thanks go to Chairman Sam Graves, the leadership of the Homeland Security and Judiciary Committees, and their staffs, and our staff as well, for their diligent work on this agreement. This amendment strengthens the bill, ensures the safety and security of our national airspace system. So I encourage our members to support the manager's amendment and yield back.
Are there any other speakers on this amendment? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. We are now considering the bill for amendments. For what purpose does Mr. Bean seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Bean FL_42.
Please designate.
An amendment to H.R. 8610, offered by Mr. Bean of Florida, number 042.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Bean is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon, T&I Committee. I'm honored to represent Northeast Florida, which is home to Everbank Stadium and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Duval. For many years, the NFL and a broad coalition of stakeholders, law enforcement, and critical infrastructure owners have urged Congress to build on the Preventing Emergent Threats Act, which initially established counter-drone authorities for the Departments of Homeland Security and Justice, and to adopt legislation that more effectively addresses the growing threat of unauthorized drones at stadiums, events, and facilities. You've already heard Garrett Graves talked about the number of operators that has just skyrocketed from 20,000 to 400,000. And since enactment in 2018, the risk posed by the malicious use of drones has increased dramatically as well. In fact, during the 2023 season alone, the NFL detected over 2,800 drones that were illegally operating in temporary flight restriction areas during game days. This illegal activity poses an immense threat to the public. Unfortunately, our pilot program, as originally proposed in this bill, is extraordinarily limited. I know we do something, but many think that we don't do enough. It's extraordinarily limited. It only covers 5 sites that it only could be increased to 20. There are over 210 temporary flight restriction protected stadiums and racetracks and over 10,000 other critical infrastructure sites in the United States. By comparison, the current version of the Peters-Johnson counter-UAS amendment to the Senate NDAA authorizes 30 jurisdictions of state or local law enforcement agencies to protect multiple events and sites as needed in each jurisdiction. I am grateful to you, Mr. Chairman, and the committee for working with my office and to expand the number of protected sites. We got a problem. These drones can be used maliciously, and who knows the dangers that they can be concocted up with. So we need to expand. We're working with you. A broad number of pilot programs would protect more fans and allow a more robust sample size when determining when and how the number of agencies moving forward. What we don't want, Mr. Chairman, you don't want this either. We don't want to hear something bad happening in the future in America looking at this committee and saying, what did you do and why didn't you do more? So we've proposed language to expand the number of protected sites, but I understand it's not quite yet perfect. I do plan to withdraw, but I just want to say before I do that, I continue to work with you, the committees of jurisdictions of this committee, T&I, Homeland Security and Judiciary, to create a counter-drone framework that is workable and effectively protecting the public at more sites throughout the country. It's just, technology has advanced so fast, but we want to protect the public. With that, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Without objection, and thank you very much, and look forward to working with you. We're now considering the bill for amendments. For what purposes, Mr. Williams? Seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment of the desk.
Clerk designate.
Will NY 064.
An amendment to H.R. 8610, offered by Mr. Williams of New York, number 064.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Williams, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 8610 is a bill to allow drone operations and drone enforcement around covered sites, something I strongly support. However, I've been working with local law enforcement and at the request of our local Syracuse Airport management is where the genesis of this amendment comes from. I've consulted with leadership, the senior leadership of the FAA, as well as the Department of Homeland Security, and I'm asking that this bill be expanded not only to protect covered sites, but also to protect the flying public and to pilot the coordination between local law enforcement and local airports. Today, airports face the enormous challenge of enforcing basically a no-fly zone of drone or UAS activity directly above the airport grounds. And yet, airports have no enforcement capability or means of coordinating with local law enforcement to follow and apprehend the operators of these dangerous intrusions into airport airspace. And so they have the responsibility, but they have no capability to keep the flying public safe. At the same time, local law enforcement are using more drone devices than ever to respond to incidents. This supports officers responding to calls that provide critical support to those officers, provides situational awareness to keep law enforcement personnel safe and prepared as they do this very dangerous job. However, when law enforcement agencies operate up to and close to the boundaries of our airports, they often have to call off their UAS surveillance and support activities. And this puts law enforcement at risk. They're unable to use drones to pursue suspects near airports because of there is no means of coordination between the airport operations and local law enforcement. So because no because no mechanism exists to allow for this critical and common sense coordination, I've worked extensively with airport and law enforcement authorities. As I mentioned, I've engaged with leadership at the FAA and the Department of Homeland Security to cooperate in solving these two problems. And let me just articulate those problems. Number one, protecting airspace above our airports from illegal drone activity by coordinating with local law enforcement. Problem number one. Number two, supporting law enforcement's urgent needs to use drones in fulfilling their duties up to and near the boundaries of our airports. And this requires coordination that this bill would provide, but my amendment would expand it to airports. Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this urgent and critical amendment to protect the flying public and to support law enforcement activities. There's no one else to comment. I will yield back the remainder of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the gentleman from New York, representative from New York. But I'm going to oppose the Amendment 64, which would strike the counter-U.S. mitigation pilot program established in the bill already and replace it with an alternative proposal which would deem problematic. From a process perspective, this amendment undermines a thoroughly negotiated agreement and a bipartisan manager's amendment with the House Judiciary Committee and the Homeland Security Committees, both of them, so all three committees working together to try to get a bill that we can all work with, who also have jurisdiction over counter-U.S. authorities, I might note. From a policy perspective, it establishes a process that expands counter-U.S. mitigation authorities under the pilot program. Establishes a process that's insufficient and difficult to manage. For instance, the amendment provides an overly broad expansion of mitigation authorities without a necessary limitation on the number of sites where mitigation systems can be deployed. It's critical to minimizing disruptions to our national airspace, which is why we have jurisdiction in this committee on this particular issue, because of the potential of disruption to the national airspace. Further, the amendment lacks the kind of coordination, compliance, and accountability requirements for eligible entities to ensure safety and federal oversight of mitigation activities. Again, a reason why we have jurisdiction in part over this. These requirements are included in the underlying bill and the manager's amendment, and so they are included. So given the risk posed by counter-U.S. mitigation systems to the airspace generally, as well as people and critical infrastructure at the ground, that's the reason why it's taken a while to get to the point where we are today with the manager's amendment, because it has taken coordination between the three committees to get to a place on the bill with stakeholders to ensure that we have a pilot program that we are all comfortable with across the three committees of jurisdiction. The manager's amendment incorporates stakeholder feedback to reasonably expand the mitigation pilot program already, while balancing the aviation safety issues, the national security issues, the privacy issues, the civil liberty issues, all at play. So I think we can be very, very, very satisfied with the manager's amendment and what it provides, and urge members to vote against this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be heard? I yield myself 5 minutes to speak on the amendment. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to oppose the amendment, and I do thank the gentleman for your passion and your leadership on this issue and on counter-UAS overall. And you do raise some good points. But the amendment would rewrite the counter-UAS law enforcement mitigation program, which is included in this bill. And the pilot program, is administered by the Department of Homeland Security and the Attorney General, neither one of which we have any jurisdiction over. So unfortunately, we were unable to come to any agreement with the other committees of jurisdiction, and because of that, I do have to oppose it. So with that, I yield back. Are there any other individuals wanting to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? Mr. Williams.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment. Sorry, wait, out of order.
Seeing no other amendments to the amendment, the question is now on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
The nays appear to have it. The nay.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I will withdraw amendment Will NY _64.
Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. Thank you. We are now considering the bill for amendments. For what purpose, Mr. Williams? Seek recognition.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to desk, Will NY _065.
Clerk, please designate.
An amendment to H.R. 8610, offered by Mr. Williams of New York, number 065.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I might just add too, Mr. Williams, because there's so many other committees of jurisdiction on your amendments, I'd be happy to work with you in the future to try to get those
Thank you, Mr.
out.
Chairman.
So with that, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. And I will, at the end of this, request a withdrawal of this amendment as well. However, I want to take up the few of the comments mentioned by the ranking member. All three of the amendments that I'm offering today have the same basic purpose of using this opportunity to create pilot programs to coordinate local airport activities, local airports and local law enforcement for the interdiction of drones. It's a very interesting problem. The reason that I'm so passionate about this is that my local airport, Syracuse, actually possesses unique infrastructure in the entire world to conduct exactly this kind of pilot. We are proud to be the only towered airport in North America that allows unescorted UAS activities in and out of our airspace, principally because of the 174th Attack Wing operation of MQ-9 drones. Because of that, we actually have radar infrastructure, computer infrastructure, specifically designed to observe the airspace in a fundamentally different way than the FAA currently operates and be able to coordinate all of these kinds of activities. And it's really in this unique, in this unique environment that I've been working with the airport authorities, local law enforcement, and have engaged the director of the FAA as well as one of the undersecretaries of the Department of Homeland Security to investigate how to do these kinds of pilot activities. And perhaps it's uniquely applicable to be implemented. Mr. Larson, as you suggested, it is very complicated and requires a great deal of coordination, which happens to uniquely exist today in the city of Syracuse. Very proud of that, and we're trying to advance that. I will just say in closing that the FAA has a primary driver of safety, and I respect that guiding principle, but it stands exactly opposite of innovation. And this coordination between law enforcement and the FAA through a program like what you're doing for, or like what this bill does for covered sites, could really advance the United States' ability to coordinate airspace with UAS activities as well as maintaining the safety of manned air flight. And so that's really why I'm passionate about this, and the research and the coordination that I've done in the background. This may not be the right time because of the legislative complexities. I'll continue to advocate for it one more time and in one more situation. So thank you, and respectfully, sir, I withdraw my amendment.
Without objection, so ordered. We're now considering the bill for amendments, and for what purpose? Mr. Williams, seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment to desk, Will NY 066.
Please designate.
An amendment to H.R. 8610, offered by Mr. Williams of New York, number 066.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Mr. Williams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I report that just a few days ago, I sat with a grieving mother whose son died in a New York State prison from a drug overdose. And even though he was in a correctional facility, drugs were able to get to him, and there's many different ways that this happens. And it was very difficult to comfort her and to have a dialogue about the loss of her son. But it does give a very pointed opportunity to speak in the case of this specific case. Furthermore, in my district, or actually in my immediate community, there are reports of inmates getting access to weapons inside of even maximum security prisons. And this is causing not only a lot of inmate-on-inmate violence, but even more concerned is violence against correction officers, in part because of the access to simple weapons. And this could be just a razor blade, it could be some kind of blunt instrument. And increasingly, it's discovered that drones are being used to smuggle in contraband into these otherwise secure facilities. And so the nature of my amendment, again, which I will withdraw respectfully at the end of my introduction here, would allow that correctional facilities be added to the definition of covered sites so that there can be the beginning of pilots to try to interdict these very dangerous activities that have very harmful consequences to both inmates, their families, and particularly to correctional officers. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to speak, and in fact, I do withdraw my amendment, sir.
Thank you. And without objection, that is so ordered. We now proceed to final passage of the legislation. The question is now on adoption and favorable reporting of H.R. 8610 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. H.R. 8610 is agreed to and will be reported favorably to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 6435, the Making Aid for Local Disaster Equal Now Act, or Malden Act. I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Economic Development, Public Buildings, and Emergency Management from further consideration of H.R. 6435, and without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration, and without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I'd recognize myself for 5 minutes. As many of the members here know, myself included, rural communities often don't have access to disaster recovery assistance that they desperately need. The Malden Act is named after a town that was destroyed in 2020 by the Babb Road fire in Representative Kathy McMorris Rogers' district. This legislation would direct FEMA's small, state, and rural advocate to coordinate with state and tribal emergency management agencies when a rural area is impacted by a wildfire. The legislation would also provide rural communities access to disaster caseworkers, even in the event that the state's request for individual assistance is denied. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and with that, I recognize Mr. Larson for a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the Malden Act, sponsored by Representative McMorris Rogers of Spokane, Eastern Washington area. It's H.R. 6435. It will help rural communities that are seeking disaster aid. The legislation is named after the town of Malden in Washington State, which was devastated by a wildfire just 3 years ago when the Babb Road fire tore through Whitman County. That day, residents of Malden witnessed their lives being dismantled as over 121 structures, including 67 homes, burned. In the wake of this devastation, this community turned to the federal government for aid in rebuilding their town and homes. However, for many rural communities like Malden, navigating unfamiliar FEMA processes can slow the delivery of assistance and place even more strain on suffering residents. Now, while the town of Malden received FEMA public assistance 5 months later to reconstruct their public buildings, unfortunately, residents were ultimately denied individual assistance to rebuild their homes. That's why this bill would require FEMA to coordinate with state leadership to provide guidance to emergency managers and help them identify short and long-term recovery resources. It would also make disaster case workers available for rural communities in the event that a request for individual assistance is denied. So I support this bill, urge my colleagues to do the same, and yield back.
Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This legislation directs FEMA's small state and rural advocate to coordinate with state and tribal emergency management agency to provide guidance to the emergency manager of rural areas impacted by a wildfire on developing a recovery team. Now, it is another federal handout to wildfire states that refuse to properly manage their forest. And I hate to put it that way, because obviously nobody wants wildfires or the result of wildfires, but they keep coming. You can't blame them on climate change because it's not climate change. What it is generally is a unwillingness to manage your forested assets. And what we should be doing is incentivizing better forest management, and this is incentivizing more failed forest management. We should be taking actions to ensure that states take actions to stop their wildfires instead of allowing them to propagate and then just paying for the devastating results of them. So just to be clear, I'm not in support of wildfires. I think they're horrific to every community in every state. But there's a reason that they're happening, and there's a reason that they're increasing. And as long as we continue to pay for and increase the payment for the results of them, you're going to continue to see more of them. So I wish we would incentivize the states to manage their forests so that their citizens wouldn't be devastated, lives lost, and for the rest of the citizens of the country that we didn't have to pay for their mismanagement. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Does anyone else wish to be heard? Seeing no one, will now proceed to final passage of legislation. The question is now on the adoption and favorable reporting of 6435. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. H.R. 6435 is agreed to and would be favorably reported to the House, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The next item for consideration is H.R. 2892, the Weather Alert Response and Notification Act, and I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge the Committee on Economic Development, Public Buildings, and Emergency Management from further consideration of 2892, and without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I recognize myself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. Please designate the amendment.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2892, offered by Mr. Graves of Missouri.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for the purposes of further amendment. I recognize myself for 5 minutes, and I want to thank Representative Langworthy for his work on this legislation. The WARN Act will improve our nation's emergency alert systems by directing Government Accountability Office to conduct a study on the effectiveness of local, state, federal emergency alerting systems during weather-related emergencies. And I'd urge my colleagues to support this bill. And I recognize Mr. Larson for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, second greatest bill in the world. We support it. Let's pass it. Yield back.
Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2892? Hearing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2892 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question is now on the adoption and favorable reporting of H.R. 2892 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 2892 as amended is agreed to and favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 4043. I ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Coast Guard and Maritime Transportation from further consideration of H.R. 4043, and without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. And I now recognize Ms. Norton, or Mr. Larson, to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment in the nature of substitute at the desk.
Please designate.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4043, offered by Mr. Larson on behalf of Ms. Norton of the District of Columbia.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, shall be considered as the base text for the purposes of further amendment. I now recognize Mr. Larson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will yield my time to Ms. Norton. Ms. Holmes Norton.
I thank Chairman Graves and Ranking Member Larson for marking up this bill. This bill would make the District of Columbia and the territories expressly eligible for wastewater infrastructure and trash-free water grants established by Section 302 of the Save Our Seas 2.0 Act. These grants respectively fund the construction of improvements to reduce and remove plastic waste and post-consumer materials from wastewater and support projects to reduce the quantity of solid waste in bodies of water. The Save Our Seas 2.0 Act makes local governments expressly eligible for these two grants, but it does not make DC and the territories expressly eligible for them, even though DC and the territories, like local governments, conduct the activities contemplated by these grants. In 2022, the Environmental Protection Agency held that DC was not a local government for purposes of the post-consumer materials management infrastructure grants established by Section 302 of the Save Our Seas Act 2.0. I am concerned that the EPA will hold that DC and the territories are not local governments for purposes of the wastewater infrastructure and trash-free water grants established by Section 302 of the Save Our Seas Act 2.0. This bill would ensure that DC and the territories are expressly eligible for the wastewater infrastructure and trace water grants. I urge the committee to pass this bill.
Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Save Our Seas Act and Save Our Seas 2.0 Act both sought to address the issue of plastic pollution in the ocean, ocean-going plastic. 99.8% of the plastic waste in the ocean comes from outside the United States of America. Essentially, I think well over 90% of ocean-going plastics comes from 10 rivers in the world, and not one of them is located in the United States. Expanding the eligibility for this program is not going to change the fact that we're wasting money telling ourselves that we're going to solve a problem that we have not caused and are not able to impact. These other countries that are doing this don't care what we think, and they're not going to change their actions, and this bill's not going to change their actions. This bill's going to spend a bunch of money making some people feel better, but actually do nothing except continue to bankrupt this country. I urge opposition to the bill. I yield the balance.
Does anyone else wish to be heard? Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4043? Hearing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4043. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question is now on adoption and favorable reporting of H.R. 4043 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and 4043 as amended is agreed to in order favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Okay.
Unless you want to break.
We're gonna, all right, I want to, we have votes coming up, so make sure that the members get here. We're not going to dally much. We're gonna go right into it just as soon as we, this last one? As soon as we get through this, this bill. So, get to the committee. Get to the committee so we can commence with the voting. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 9037, the Federal Emergency Mobilization Accountability Workforce Planning Act. Now, I ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Economic Development, Public Buildings, Emergency Management from further consideration to H.R. 9037. Without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. In recent years, FEMA has faced significant challenges with staffing shortages, and those challenges were outlined in a report published by the GAO last year and found that FEMA had a 35% staffing shortage in its disaster workforce. The FEMA Workforce Planning Act would help address these longstanding challenges by directing the FEMA administrator to develop and submit to Congress a human capital operating plan. The plan will examine existing staffing shortages and provide specific recommendations on how FEMA plans to close the skills gap in mission-critical occupations. I urge my colleagues to support the bill and recognize Mr. Larson for a statement.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I'll yield to Mr. Carter my 5 minutes. His comments on it.
Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. H.R. 9037, the Federal Emergency Mobilization Accountability Workforce Planning Act, seeks to ensure that FEMA is equipped with a workforce that can swiftly and effectively respond to emergencies nationwide. This legislation is critical for disaster preparedness as we witness increasingly frequent and severe natural disasters. This bill directs FEMA to create a comprehensive plan to manage its workforce, which in turn will help communities prepare for and recover from disasters. Once implemented, this legislation will improve FEMA's employee recruitment and retention efforts to utilize data to address staffing gaps. This bill requires FEMA to submit this human capital operation plan to Congress every 3 years. The plan will include specific workforce retention, recruitment, and deployment goals. The act also directs the Comptroller General of the United States to audit the plan within 6 months of submission to analyze whether it meets the requirements set in law, and if not, offer recommendations to ensure subsequent plans do in fact. Past GAO reports found that FEMA faced challenges deploying staff with the right skills and training to meet the needs of communities impacted by federally declared disasters. A 2023 report additionally found that FEMA's workforce is short some 6,200 staff, representing 35% fewer staff than necessary. At the height of FEMA workforce deployments in October of 2017, GAO found that 54% of staff were serving in a capacity in which they were not formally certified according to FEMA's qualification system standards. When natural disasters hit, FEMA must ensure it has a strong workforce in place to provide reliable service to all of its citizens. As I have consistently said, natural disasters don't discriminate by political party or geography. This bill serves the interest of all Americans by fortifying the nation's emergency preparedness infrastructure. I want to thank Representative Ezell for his partnership on this bill and his continued leadership in disaster preparedness. This bill will make our residents safer by national security, by ensuring the federal government's leading emergency response agencies is well-positioned and managed disaster effectively with all appropriate resources and manpower and people power in place. I urge favorable passage.
We'll now proceed to final passage of the legislation. The question is now on the adoption of favorable reporting, H.R. 9037. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and H.R. 9037 is agreed to and will be favorably reported to the House without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We have a vote on the floor, so make sure members come straight back here because we're going to start voting as soon as we get back from this vote. The committee stands in recess. Call the committee back to order. We have one quick bill to do. Our next item for consideration is H.R. 8616, the Ensuring Quality Investments and Preparedness Act of 2024. And I'd ask unanimous consent to discharge the Subcommittee on Economic Development, Public Buildings, and Emergency Management from further consideration on H.R. 8616. Without objection, that is so ordered. I now call up the bill for consideration. Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for statement on the bill. The EQIP Act establishes a deductible that would need to be met by states on disaster assistance-related public infrastructure. I want to thank Subcommittee Chairman Perry for his work on this bill. And with the addition of the amendment that I will be offering on behalf of Mr. Nels, this legislation implements an incentive for states to proactively prepare for disasters that may strike. With that, I now recognize Mr. Larson for 5 minutes.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the underlying bill, my comments are this, that we're going to oppose the EQIP Act, which requires states to pay a disaster deductible before receiving assistance through FEMA's Public Assistance Program for permanent work to repair infrastructure after a major disaster declaration. The deductible would then be used to offset the cost of FEMA assistance. Now, the cost of responding to major disasters is in fact increasing, but it's not because the states don't have the skin in the game. They do. States are already required to pay 25% of total disaster costs in order to receive FEMA aid. The reason we're paying more for disasters is because more disasters are a result of a rapidly warming climate. If we want to actually address these costs, we should continue the work of the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law and focus our efforts on meaningful investments in climate resilience, mitigation, and reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. Instead, the bill needlessly places an even greater financial burden on states and local governments already suffering. It's why the National Emergency Managers Association and other stakeholder groups representing local emergency managers oppose the bill. So I oppose the bill and urge my colleagues to do the same. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The EQIP Act requires us to establish a disaster deductible for each state to offset a portion of the federal assistance provided in response to a major disaster. Now, the bill will amend the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act to require each state to pay 3 times its population or the amount of federal financial assistance provided, whichever number is higher, to ensure that taxpayer is not fully on the hook for the disaster relief. Major disaster states must have skin in the game in paying for disaster relief, and that's the intent of this legislation. The EQIP Act of 2024 also advances the goal of ensuring that federally funded projects produce real, tangible results without the waste that far too often follows government spending. This is not a new or partisan idea. In fact, the Obama-era FEMA had published an advance notice of proposed rulemaking introducing the disaster deductible concept. Additionally, the Brookings Institute has previously supported this very idea. This is about fiscal responsibility and ensuring that states are responsible for helping to provide disaster assistance to their citizens. My understanding is that your amendment now being offered to allow for spending on certain pre-disaster activities to be counted against the deductible as a buy-down, allowing for states that implement these activities to pay less for their deductible, which is indeed an increased incentive. This is an important compromise, and I hope it will help us move the bill forward. And with that, I urge support and yield the balance.
Does anyone else wish to be heard? We are now considering the bill for amendments. I recognize myself to offer an amendment on behalf of Mr. Nels. Please designate.
An amendment to H.R. 8616 offered by Mr. Graves of Missouri on behalf of Mr. Nels, designated as Nels 201.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Do any members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? It's Nels. Yeah, I'm offering it. I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. I do support the amendment. This amendment is going to make improvements to the bill in alignment with proposals by previous FEMA administrators. It's going to support state investments in preparedness and mitigation. This amendment allows a state to buy out the deductible described in the underlying bill if a state invests in mitigation, emergency management personnel, state disaster programs, or insurance to reduce risk. Encourages states to budget for disasters. With that in mind, I'd urge my colleagues to also support the amendment. And with that, I yield back. Do any other members wish to be recognized? Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm opposing the amendment offered by you through Mr. Nels, which would add behavior incentives to the disaster deductible concept. This amendment allows states to lower the deductible if they maintain state-funded mitigation programs. These are all good practices that states should prioritize, but a punishing disaster deductible is not the way to achieve them. Mr. Chair, I would just note that in the interest of time, I've got 3.5 more pages, which I would like to submit for the record, as opposed to read them.
Without
but
objection.
I do ask people to oppose this amendment. Thank you.
Do any other members wish to be recognized on the amendment? Mr. Johnson.
Actually, no, sir. I was going to ask a question about the underlying bill, not the amendment, so I'll stand down.
Are there any amendments to the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it. The amendment is agreed to. All right, we'll now proceed to final passage of the legislation. The proposal is on the adoption and favorable reporting of H.R. 8616 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed signify by saying nay.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Chair.
A recorded vote has been requested. As previously announced, pursuant to Committee Rule 6F, further proceedings on the question are postponed. Okay, that's it. I'll wait 1 minute, and then we're going to vote.
Mr. Chair, how many recorded votes will there be?
6.
Thank you.
Right, the committee previously postponed proceedings on H.R. 3356 as amended, which was favorably adopted by a voice vote. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes.
A recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The vote will be open for 3 minutes, and the chairman intends to vote aye.
Ranking to vote no.
Open the vote.
Close the vote. Close the vote. Close the vote.
I don't know, I thought it was bad enough we had to wait for Garrett Graves to show up, but.
I just want to clarify, are you supportive of the bill or opposed or supportive again? I'm just trying to track y'all's position on this.
For the record, we weren't waiting for him, we were waiting for Low Alpha.
Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, close the vote. Announce the total.
On that vote, there were 32 yeas and 31 nays.
By a vote of 32 yeas, 31 nays, the bill as amended is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The committee previously postponed proceedings on H.R. 8505 as amended, which was favorably adopted by voice vote. Is a recorded vote still requested? A recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The vote will be open for 1 minute. Chairman intends to vote aye.
Ranking votes aye.
Open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Does any member wish to change their vote? Hearing no one, the clerk close the vote, announce the total.
On that vote, there were 62 yeas and 2 nays.
The bill, by a vote of 62 yeas, 2 nays, the bill as amended is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The committee previously postponed proceedings on H.R. 1720 as amended, which was favorably reported by voice vote. Is a recorded vote still requested? Is a recorded vote still requested? A recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic system. This will be open. Once everybody's voted, we're going to close it.
Okay.
Chairman intends to vote aye.
Ranking will vote aye.
Open the board. Has everyone voted that wishes to vote? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Hearing no one, close the vote and announce the total.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 57 yeas and 7 nays.
By a vote of 57 yeas, 7 nays, the bill as amended is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The committee previously postponed proceedings on H.R. 1605 as amended, which was favorably adopted by voice vote. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes.
A recorded vote is requested. Members will record their votes by the electronic system. Chairman intends to vote aye.
The ranking to vote no.
Open the board. Have all members voted to wish to vote? Do any members wish to change their vote?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Aye. Do any members wish to change their vote? Seeing none. Clerk, close the vote. Announce the total.
On that vote, there are 32 yeas and 32 nays.
The bill as amended is not agreed to and not ordered favorably reported to the House. The committee previously postponed proceedings on 9024 as amended, which was favorably adopted by voice vote. Is a recorded vote still requested? Yes. A recorded vote is still requested. Members will consider their votes using the electronic voting system. Chairman intends to vote aye.
Rankings voting aye.
Open the board. Have all members voted who wish to vote? Do any members wish to change their vote? Seeing none, close the board. Announce the total.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there are 44 yeas and 20 nays.
A vote of 44 yeas, 20 nays. The bill as amended is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The committee previously postponed proceedings on H.R. 8616 as amended, which was favorably adopted by voice vote. Is a recorded vote still requested?
Yes.
A recorded vote is still requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The vote will be open at my discretion. Chairman intends to vote aye.
Ranking will vote no.
Open the board. Have all members voted? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing no one, clerk, close the board.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there are 33 yeas and 31 noes.
I voted 33 yeas, 31 nays. The bill as amended is agreed to and ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Thank you all for participating in today's markup. I ask unanimous consent that each measure ordered reported today will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating any amendments adopted, and without objection, that is so ordered. I'd ask unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make all necessary technical, clarifying, and conforming changes to each of the measures ordered reported today to reflect the actions of the committee. Without objection, that is so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 22, Clause 1, I'd ask unanimous consent that the chairman or his designee be authorized to offer such motions as may be necessary in the House to go to conference with the Senate on the legislation adopted today or any similar measure. Without objection, that is ordered. I'd ask unanimous consent that the chairman, after consultation with the ranking member, have authority to strike or revise any provision of the measures ordered reported today that would cause a sequential referral to another committee or would cause the bill to be subject to the budget rule, the Budget Act, or Rule 21, cut-go point of order. And without objection, that is so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I'd ask unanimous consent that all members of the committee have at least 2 calendar days in which to file any supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views on the legislation adopted today. And without objection, that is so ordered. Pursuant to Rule 6 of the Rules of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, I note the presence of a quorum for actions taken on the committee business today. And with that, the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure has completed its business, and the committee is now adjourned.